you still miss?
Would you like me to go over to tell them?
Did you leave, Greg?
Yes, I'm eating a little bit.
So Maya can hear it. I had a friend who had that said blood or smoke. Those are the two reasons. Everybody in here. And at 6:15 in attendance, looks like we have all trustees in attendance on Microsoft Teams. That's trustees and student trustees in attendance using Microsoft Teams tonight. Can I get a mover for approval of the agenda? I see trustee Leclerc and trustee Burgess. Thank you very much. Any discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a vote?
I have a question.
Okay.
Chair.
Yep, go ahead, trustee Halberstadt.
Yeah, there was a trustee questions in the September 21st meeting where trustee Hatfield requested a response to the incident referred to in a letter from the Black Coalition. I'm wondering if we can, it's sort of left up in the air whether the trustees were going to get a copy of that or
I
or
believe
not.
we're in public session.
Yeah, we're in public session.
Okay, so I just wanted to know if that should be in private.
Yes.
So maybe the administration.
private?
Class.
Yep. So that'll be on the next agenda when we go into private session. Does that work? Any other discussion on this public meeting agenda we have in front of us now? Anyone opposed to this? Seeing none, that passes. Thank you, trustees. Now I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to convene into private session. Trustee Leclerc, Trustee Olmsted, and all in favor? Arms up, hands up. Wonderful. I will see everyone back in here at 7 p.m., but I will see you over in private session very shortly.
is 7:13. We're running a little bit behind today. I will call this education meeting to order. I will open the meeting with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the wampum trees. Agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Fee and the Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. In attendance today, we do have all trustees. If Trustee Habersatt is on, I still have not been able to see him. And student trustees in attendance on Teams. And as well, we will have Miss Nicole Dupuis, who will be able to join us between the hours of 8 and 9 from the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit if there are any questions pertaining to the motion that will be dealt with later in the meeting. So prior to the approval of tonight's agenda, with your indulgence, my colleagues, I would like to share this as a special order of the day. Today, October 5th, is when we mark World Teachers' Day. We deeply value the work of our educators year-round, but it is important to show appreciation towards those who shape the minds, the bodies, and the spirits of future generations and help all peoples learn. This marked occasion was created by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, better known as UNESCO, in 1994. The theme for 2021 is Teachers at the Heart of Education Recovery. Educators are crucial to the recovery that this world is undergoing. They are helping our students navigate and understand issues, move forward daily, and guide students to value and strategize for resilience and better mental health. They're helping to build the world we want to see for our children and families. In the wise words of Malala Yousafzai, a champion of equitable and accessible public education for all, let us remember, one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. Happy World Teachers' Day to all of our Greater Essex County District School Board educators with our utmost gratitude and appreciation. Okay, moving forward, we have the approval of today's agenda, and I will acknowledge that there needs to be a few revisions to the agenda. Agenda item G3, which has the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation report. That will be an oral presentation presented by Dr. Howitt. And then as well, there is nothing for distribution this evening. Under distribution, it does say that there will be information about the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, but all of that information will be coming in the oral presentation for agenda item G3. So do I have someone to move the amended agenda? Trustee Higginson, seconded by Trustee Cook. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Is there anyone opposed? No, that carries. A declaration of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts for this meeting this evening? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is approval of the minutes from our education meeting from June 1st, 2021. That was that long ago. Do I have someone to move those minutes? Trustee Sipkar and Trustee Sartori. Is there any discussion or questions pertaining to the minutes? Nope. Seeing or hearing none. Is there anyone opposed to the minutes? Nope, that carries. Okay, is there any business arising from those minutes? Nothing in the chat, nothing on the screen. Okay, we'll move on to presentations. So Superintendents Canty, Dr. Howitt and Superintendent Wilcox will be presenting about student monitoring in 2020-21.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here along with my colleagues, Superintendent Wilcox and Superintendent Canty, to present to you about system monitoring. If you can go to the next slide. As everyone is aware, EQAO assessments for grade 3 and 6 were suspended last year due to the pandemic, but we always additionally collect system monitoring information, which we did last year in the area of reading, writing, and mathematics and ESL, and tried to not be too burdensome on the schools while we collected this data during the pandemic, but nevertheless realized the importance of monitoring the work that we do. So the first item that I'd like to share with you is the mathematics grade 1 to 8. The focus of the work that we did last year was around the implementation of the revised grade math curriculum, which was released in September of 2020. And we also were looking to support the 8 effective teaching practices outlined by the National Council of Teaching Mathematics to impact student achievement, particularly in the area of number sense. In terms of monitoring the plan, we looked at students in grade 2, 5, and 8 in 10 different schools. And the goal was a 2-point increase in the area of, in that area for our marker students with between pre and post assessments. The intervention that we provided was after school professional development, math coach supports in those schools, purchased additional context for learning kits, as well as mini lessons and other resources included for our kindergarten students, and 2 electronic resources for primary, which was called Zorbits, and then for Knowledge Hook for grade 3 and up. You'll see on the next slide that in those 10 schools and for over 700 students that we made as marker students, there was an increase of 2 points for grade 2 students, over 75%, for grade 5 students, over 62%, and for grade 8 students, over 36%. There were students that did not increase in terms of that specific area of focus, but we did have a marketable increase in those areas for grades 2, 5, and 8. On the next slide, you'll see a focus in the area of reading, primary reading. The focus was on the implementation of assessment-based instruction to impact student achievement, particularly in the area of reading fluency and comprehension. The monitoring plan was a little bit more narrow with this group, was looking at pre and post data with the diagnostic reading assessment. And we did this in 12 of our schools with marker students in the primary grades, grade 1, 2, and 3. The goal was to increase at least 8 levels with the marker students based on the pre and post assessments, again, using the diagnostic reading assessment. The intervention was training on the diagnostic reading assessment, updated resources in the area of DRA, progress monitoring and training, digital access to the DRA to include all of our schools and virtual learners, as well as Blackline Masters and books, and the use of Lexio, which my colleague, Superintendent Wilcox, will speak about. On the next slide, you'll see in those 12 schools with approximately over 200 students, about 215 students. For the grade 1 marker students, there was an increase of 8 levels for 26% of the students. For grade 2 students, over 49% of the, or 49% of the students, and for grade 3 students, 38% of the students demonstrated an increase of 8 levels based on the diagnostic reading assessment. On the next slide, you'll see that we have a presentation speaking specifically in the area of writing. Although our major focus was in the area of math and reading, we did continue to provide support in the area of writing. The focus was targeted instruction, specifically in use of the 6 traits of writing. And very specifically, when we go finer with that, we were looking at the use of graphic organizers and mentor text to impact student achievement in the area of ideas and organization. The monitoring plan was the collection of a pre and post writing samples in grades 2, 5, and 8. The goal was a 1-level increase based, which makes sense because it's 4 levels that we mark in the area of writing. And we wanted to see at least a 1-level increase for pre and post assessments using the Ontario Writing Assessment, referred to as OWA, with a focus on 2 specific elements of writing. Again, thinking, ideas, and communication, organization. What we provided as an intervention and support to our educators was after-school professional development workshops. We provided an additional resource called Striving for Thriving Writers, and that we offered support in the training around that. We supported the implementation of a tool that we've had for a long time, a structure to support teachers in the implementation of the traits called Write Traits, and the use of graphic organizers. And we purchased replacement copies of the Ontario Writing Assessment so that everybody had the tools that they needed. On the next page, you'll see in those 15 schools with over 200, about 260 students. For the grade 2 students, there was a 51% increase of at least one level in thinking and a 42% increase in at least one level in communication. In grade 5, there was a 23% increase of one level at least in thinking and at least one level in communication, 28%. And for grade 8 students, there was at least a 45% increase in one level thinking and one level for communication, 42%. If you move to the next slide, we have information on how we monitored students in the ELL management system. The focus was to support the implementation of, and you've heard me use this terminology before, the LLI, which is the Leveled Literacy Intervention Kits, to assist in terms of an increase for students on the Steps to English Language Proficiency Assessment. The monitoring plan was to collect pre and post data with the STEP assessment for ELL students, and then place that information into our devised ELL management system, which we organized about, I think we're now in year 3 since the implementation of that. Our goal was at least one level increase for between pre and post assessments for a minimum of 1/3 of our students, which would be about 300 students in the ELL management system. And we wanted to see a minimum of at least 150 students demitted from the program. Our intervention was we had our very valuable ESL coaches supporting in schools. We had the Leveled Literacy Intervention resource, and that comes in multiple color kits for complexity and level of students. So some schools had multiple kits depending on the level of students that they had. We provided professional development, and we purchased additional LLI kits specifically for our high intensity schools. And in the next slide, you'll see the results of that work. We're very happy, particularly in celebrating the success of our ELL students, that 366 students moved up at least one level on STEP in oral, to 320 at least one step in the area of reading, and 323 at least one step in the area of writing. 329 students moved up at least in 2 of those areas, and 265 in up to 3 areas on the STEP continuum. And 179 students were demitted from the program, which is a really great success for our ELL students. And now over to my colleague, Superintendent Wilcox.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to be here to talk about our Lexia licenses and how they supported reading in the 2020-21 school year. In August of 2020, we made a decision as a senior team to purchase additional licenses to support literacy learning for students at the Greater Essex County District School Board, not knowing how COVID would impact in-person learning. We wanted to optimize student learning, our goal was to optimize student reading, and our data was gathered through the Lexia Core 5 program. So if you look at this first slide, all students in grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 were provided with Lexia licenses last year, and that was because it aligned with our philosophy of early intervention. We also provided licenses to our grade 5 students, and that was to support them with the writing of EQAO this year. And we provided all students in RISE programs, which is our partially self-contained classroom, and RISE stands for Reaching Individual Success and Excellence, and that was to support their reading development as well. Next slide. So this is data that was provided by Lexia Core 5. So at the Greater Essex County District School Board, 8,674 students started using Core 5 for the 2021 school year, and this report summarizes their in-program usage and progress during this time. So if you look at the bar on the left, you'll notice that 35% of students, so there's a diagnostic that the students take at the beginning of the program, and it shows where they are. At that time, 35% of students were two or more grade levels below. 44% of students were 1 grade level below. 19% of students were in grade level, and 2% had already reached end of year benchmark, so they were ahead of in terms of their reading. I also want to point out that this graph also includes our self-contained RISE classrooms and the students who participate in that programming. And many of those students are working at up to 2 grade levels below. So at the end of year status, which is the graph on the right, we see that there was definitely some progress made. 25% of students were at 2 or more grade levels below. 32% were at 1 grade level or below, 1 grade level below. 30% were in student grade, and 13% reached end of year benchmark. And so kind of to summarize that, 43% of students advanced at least 1 grade level of material, regardless of whether they were meeting the recommended usage of Lexia or not. The other thing I want to just highlight about this is that although it says only 43% of students advanced at least 1 grade level, all students who participated in Lexia progressed. And those students that progressed maybe a little less than 1 grade level wouldn't be indicated on this graph. So there was lots of progression across the system in terms of students in the reading. Next slide. And this third slide demonstrates the progress made by students who actually met the recommended Lexia Core 5 usage. So as a result of their consistent use, meeting usage, 2,144 students made substantial literacy gains. The percentage of these students working in or above grade level increased from 45 to 85% between July 2020 and May 30th, 2021. So if you look at that, these are the students who actually met their recommended usage. So the Lexia program lets students know and teachers know on this teacher dashboard that students have to meet a certain amount of Lexia time to optimize their the progress they make in the program. So if we look at students who met their usage, 82% of those students advanced at least 1 grade level of material, and 50% of students reached end of year benchmark. It was a challenge last year to get some students to meet their usage, as many of the students were learning virtually. With most of our elementary students back in person learning, teachers will be able to schedule Lexia time at school as part of a literacy program and monitor it more efficiently. Messages have already gone out to principals about monitoring usage, and we have a principal, vice principal training sessions on Lexia occurring this week. So we know that Lexia is a very valuable program. It's a tier 2 intervention throughout our system, and it will continue to help students with their literacy progress. And with that, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Canty.
Thank you, Superintendent Wilcox. I'd like to begin by noting in a typical year, we report on big ticket items in secondary, such as the EQAO math in grade 9, as well as the grade 10 literacy test results. Both, as Superintendent Howitt mentioned earlier, we weren't able to administer during our pandemic year. We were able to use Lexia to support teaching and learning, mostly in grade 9 and 10 in our quadmester model. Lexia is a useful tool because, as Superintendent Wilcox said, it provides a diagnostic for students as well as intervention tools for teachers to meet the needs of students where they are. Our goal was that 75% of our students would be performing at intermediate or advanced in reading comprehension by the end of the school year. Next slide, please. We were pleased to see that we met our goal in grade 9 and grade 10 and 11. However, we did note that we did not meet our goal for the grade 12 students of 75%. Next slide, please. This slide shows the improvement of reading comprehension grade 9 and 10. Students moved up from foundational to either intermediate or advanced. Next slide, please. So again, you see the slight improvement in grade 11 in terms of reading comprehension, but not so much of an improvement with our grade 12 students. Next slide, please. The other tool we used last year to improve student numeracy was Knowledge Hook. We noted a dip in usage from the year before, in part because our special assignment math teacher, who normally promotes the use and provides support for teachers of Knowledge Hook, was reassigned to our homework help team. Next slide, please. This slide highlights another positive use of Knowledge Hook. We've been asked many times how we can measure the gaps in the pandemic caused in terms of learning, and this slide may be an indicator of this. As you can see, the percentage of students who answered correctly on the first attempt was down this past year. a possible indication of a gap in learning for this cohort. But the positive here is that Knowledge Hook provides a misconception chart for teachers who are provided with alternative ways of teaching concepts to students. In addition, it offers opportunities for students to do what they call mirror questions after they do the remedial work, an additional opportunity to go back and show what they know after remediation. Next slide, please. More silver lining from last year. I mentioned earlier that our special assignment math teacher was reassigned to homework help along with our special assignment teacher for experiential learning, both for math. And on this slide, you can see the number of opportunities the two of them provided students with math support on asynchronous learning days. This is also in addition to the other content areas that our SALT teachers, special assignment literacy teachers, assisted our teachers on their asynchronous learning days. Next slide, please. And another positive outcome from this pandemic year was the fact that we nearly quadrupled our capacity of teaching and learning in an online space, in this case, D2L. So as we prepare for the upcoming mandated e-learning courses as a graduation requirement in the coming years, we are confident that we'll be better prepared to meet the e-learning needs of our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Trustees, do we have any questions for the presenters?
I have a question. Trustee Halberstadt. Yeah, just I was unfamiliar with the word demitted. 179 students demitted from the program. And it sounds like that was a goal of ours. Like that's a good thing. So what does demitted mean in this instance?
Through you, Madam Chair, demitted is a very good word. Students who reach level 6 are demitted from the program. That means they are proficient with the English language. So that's a very good thing. We were happy for 179 students last year.
Trustee Halberstadt, do you have a supplemental?
No, I just thought demitted was a negative, could it be a negative word, but obviously not.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Burgess.
Trustee Chin has a question before me, Madam Chair. I'll do mine
Trustee
last.
Chin.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And I see the report that seems Lexia is very good software for the students to learn. And I wonder why we do not provide it to most of the students in our board, especially this semester. Is that too expensive?
You're muted, Superintendent Wilcox.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. The 50th time today I've been told that. That's a great question. Through you, Madam Chair. The intent of Lexia has always been as a tier 2 intervention tool. It's not a literacy program. It's still available to students within our board. We still have thousands of licenses. We focus our licenses on grade 1, 2, and 3 as an early intervention. That's where it is most useful, and that is where we see the best results, and that is what the aim of the program is as well. And so we do have that available this year, and we certainly can increase our license usage if we need to, if we were to have to pivot to online learning, because we're very good customers of Lexia. They've assured us that we can increase our licenses as needed, but it is offered to students in grade 1, 2, and 3 as that tier 2 intervention, and also it's utilized in high school, the Power Up program.
Trustee Chin, do you have a supplemental?
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation, and I do feel that Lexia is very important. Of course, my son, which is in grade 3, he was he used that, and I feel it's very helpful. So I do hope that many students will still have the opportunity, especially for us, we are second language. English is a second language. So I hope more students will benefit from that. Thank you.
Trustee Burgess, I don't see anyone else with a question, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, I have a couple of questions, but for clarification, how did you choose the 10 schools for math and the 12 schools for reading? Was that on previous data that was based on EQAO or in the same monitoring tools?
We looked at trend data in EQAO and monitoring from the previous year. That's where we allocated our greatest resources in terms of our math coaches, as well as when it came to ESL, where our ESL students are, or where our coaches are, the highest number of ESL student populations.
Okay, so supplemental, if I could, Madam Chair. I'm not even sure how to phrase the question, but we've had several years away from EQAO data, consistent data, and even methods, EQAO methods, consistent methods. So this, I really appreciate the reporting of our internal monitoring, and because, you know, I mean, public wants to know, you know, families want to know how the board is meeting the needs. But how do we analyze or integrate the students who may have been learning virtually before, but who are now in bricks and mortar in all these areas? So in other words, if they were in the virtual school last year, they weren't in the same learning modality. Their support for mathematics, reading, and if they were an English language learner, elementary or secondary, would have been different. So how do we factor that in now that they're, well, by numbers, probably back in the bricks and mortar school? They were in a different school. So how do the principals integrate those students that they haven't had for a year or maybe more?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to one of the questions in your initial commentary of, even though we've been away from EQAO for the last couple of years, we still do promote methods of teaching that connect to the curriculum, which is what EQAO measures, is the implementation of the curriculum. So that still occurs. It's occurring again this year in terms of resources and cues that we provide to teachers. We provide them with a historical overview of questions from the last 5 years as samples in the area of reading, writing, and mathematics. We have PD planned for our teachers in grade 3 and 6. So that work has continuously happens. In terms of, just so I understand correctly, in terms of students who were in virtual learning, the impact of that in terms of them being integrated, even though our data has demonstrated that there was improvement with the interventions that we did implement last year, we know that reading is of particular concern this year. And so we have a very aggressive program of professional development implementing the science of reading for every primary teacher, including our French immersion teachers and our LSTs, that was just launched actually this week. And it is based on the work of a committee between special education and program that both myself and Superintendent Wilcox lead in the system. And with that is a very extensive infusion of resources to support teaching reading based on the science of reading. So even though students were engaged in virtual learning last year, and our data in terms of sample sizes were determined based on the need in trend data for us and previous year data that we collect as a system, we know that there's a need in the system. So we have a very aggressive plan that we've launched actually just this week.
I thank you very much. I really appreciate that. My concern, my first question was out of the 10 or 12 or whatever schools, the Greater Essex Virtual School wasn't one of the schools.
Oh, I see. Yes.
But its students would have been possibly attending one of the 10 or one of the 12 or whatever schools. So I appreciate your answer and the identification of, the science of reading, et cetera, and the focus on that and the real push on that. I really appreciate that. So even though it's going to be an anomalous year to compare to, et cetera, we're going to figure out who needs the support and it's going to be there.
All students will have it, yeah, based on the program that we have. Thank you for the question.
Trustees, are there any further questions for this presentation? If I don't see your hand, can you indicate in the chat, just because I don't have everyone up on the screen? So seeing none in the chat and seeing no hands, we can move on to the next presentation, which is G2 Summer Learning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm very pleased to be here with my colleagues, Superintendent Wilcox and Superintendent Candy, to present an overview on summer learning programs that were provided in the summer of 2021 in our district. Next slide. You will see that we offered multiple programs in the elementary panel, and that were supported either through program or special education. In that, we had 825 students participate in the program. We wanted more students. However, there were families that wanted to break from virtual learning this summer, but we were very happy to offer to 825 students. And this program was supported by over 100 staff, the majority of which were occasional teachers in their first or second year of teaching. And the added benefit of that is that allowed for mentorship with tenured teachers to support teacher learning throughout the summer learning program. Next slide. When we asked our teachers what indicated success in the program, they attributed it to many things, but they noted in the next slide that the number one item that supported success in the program were teacher partnerships, teachers teaching teachers to help be better teachers and support students. They also identified small group instruction as an effective strategy, the support of their coordinator leaders in the program, the professional development that we provided, and the narrow foci. The great thing about the summer learning program, it is a very narrow foci of what we want to achieve in 3 weeks. Next slide, please. The first camp I'm going to share about is Camp Wonder Literacy, which was focused to provide a camp experience for grade 1 and 2 students. And their focus was particularly in the area of reading intervention, movement, mindfulness, and STEM activities. Next slide, please. Something new this year is traditionally the United Way has been partnered with the board, and they've provided like nutritional lunches for our students. They provided backpacks and school supplies and literary resources. But this year, super exciting. We were very fortunate to be able to extend our partnership with the United Way, who funded three classrooms for grade 1 and 2 reading intervention classes. This partnership helped to support students within the United Way's identified high priority neighborhoods of West Windsor, downtown Windsor, and Leamington, and focused on collaborating with the United Way to support their out of time school support programs. So it was informative for their programming. Several key components measured in the program were student attendance, parent engagement, as well as student achievement. In the next slide, you'll see we also provided Camp Lingo Integrated, which was for students in grade 3 to 7, specifically ESL students who were at step 1 or 2 ELD, which meant they had very minimum prior learning experience. And this camp focused on the area of literacy and numeracy, specifically language comprehension. In the next slide, you'll see specifically in terms of the area of reading that was attached to Camp Wonder Literacy grade 1-2, Camp Discovery, which my colleague Superintendent Wilcox will speak about, and Camp Lingo. The goal of the program was to develop skills in the area of decoding unfamiliar words in reading. And so we used 2 assessments, a quick phonics assessment. Of the marker students selected, 93% of the students demonstrated in growth and improvement, and that average growth was 27%. And then we used the Sound Skills Foundation tool for a very small group of students, and 100% of those students improved, and on average it was a 33% increase. The next slide will share with you another camp that we provided, which was Camp Wonder Integrated. This was for grade 3 and 4 students and focused on the area of literacy and numeracy, specifically financial literacy and language comprehension, but it also focused on integrating character education, responsibility, empathy, resiliency, and these students got to participate in a community-focused action project. And so if you go to the next slide, you'll see that lessons learned in this project were that students made meaningful connections as they engaged in their service projects. They felt that their work was contributing to something important, and they felt confident to share their opinions, their beliefs, their interests during the course of the program, and it supported their attendance. They wanted to be there because they were leading these projects. One student, I'll just give you an example of a service learning project that they did, is they felt it was really important to honor our first frontline workers, and so they made thank you signs to be put in the community for our frontline workers. Next slide. Another camp that we offered was Camp Megazay, which each year that's a highlight of Camp Wonder, as it provides an opportunity to bring together our Indigenous students from across Windsor and Essex County. A significant component of the program is our outstanding partnerships with the community partners who engage students in rich cultural programming. And this year, for the final celebration, Can-Am Friendship Center provided families with an opportunity to be provided with lunch for each and every member of the family as they engaged in the group celebration. Next slide, please. On this side, you'll see that in terms of specifically looking and reading for Camp Wonder, grade 3 and 4, and Camp Megazay, we looked at the personal goal of students demonstrating an understanding between cause and effect. And of the marker students that we looked at, 62% made progress and the average growth was 18%. On the next slide, you'll see for also Camp Wonder, Camp Megazay, and Camp Lingo, which I'm going to speak about in a moment, we looked at providing improvement in the area of mathematics, and we wanted them to be able to estimate and calculate the cost of financial transactions. So it was based on financial literacy, and to determine a best buy when they shop or make a purchase of any type. And of the students that we monitored, 65% made an increase on average of 16%. On the next slide, you'll see we have Camp Merveille, which is also very unique to the Greater Essex District School Board, and this was for students either in grade 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. It focused on reading instruction and being able to speak French. And in the next slide, you'll see that they focus specifically on oral listening and being confident in speaking French, and looked specifically for fluidity or fluency in speaking French. And of the students that we monitored with the phonemic awareness oral intervention screener, 91% of the students demonstrated improvement, and of that, it was about an average of 9%. And with the oral interaction and reading comprehension, 62% of the marker students demonstrated improvement with an average of 10%. That was a very small group. On the next slide, you'll see Camp Lingo, which was for students specifically in grades 6 and 7, also ESL, step 1 to ELD. And this was specifically focused on critical numeracy skills in preparation for de-streamed math that they would be joining in a couple of years, 1 or 2 years. And on the next slide, you'll see that we used as a goal in the program for them to be able to implement mental math skills, and specifically in the area of multiplication and division. And of the students that we monitored, 83% demonstrated growth with an average increase of 16%. On the next slide, you'll see that part of the program, it's not one of the slides that I had, but I will mention that part of the program was having students or having our staff tweet. We had 1,600 tweets during the program that generated over 800,000 impressions that was out in social media. We asked parents about the impact of the program. The majority of parents were extremely pleased with the program, that they felt it either met or exceeded the program expectations. And lastly, they felt that the areas of improvement for their children were mostly in the area of reading, mental math skills, art, where they did a lot of creativity work, positive mindset, and design and construction. And with that, I'll pass it to my colleague, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, Dr. Howlett. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be reporting on Camp Discovery and Camp Stride and how they benefited the students who participated in them over the 3 weeks in July. Camp Discovery was initiated for the first time in the summer of 2020 when we were provided with funding to support students with special education needs, and we were very excited to continue this camp this past summer. We had 46 students participate in the camp. Students selected for this camp were chosen from the RISE program, which is our elementary partially contained classroom that focuses on literacy and mathematics. The students were all junior grades. Students were recruited through personal phone calls from school administrators, learning support teachers, and special education coordinators. To be honest, we wanted more than 46 students to attend, but many parents indicated that due to parts of the school year being delivered virtually, some of them didn't want their child participating in another online experience. We understood that, but hoped that we'd have more students attend. So if you look at the slide, we have the specific goals developed for participants of Camp Discovery. And I'd like to just kind of focus on, although all of them are very important, I'd like to focus on the third bullet, reading intervention using explicit and systematic instruction, which was a real focus in Camp Discovery this year. Next slide, please. So, okay. Thank you. Oh, can we go back one? Sorry. No. There should be a slide in between there. It's okay. We'll just wing it. So, like last year, we gathered data around the benefits of the camp. This year, it included student acquisition of phonics, word recognition, and phonological awareness skills, all necessary components for being a more competent reader. Data was collected over 3 assessment periods and overall showed very positive growth in student reading ability. So our research question around Camp Discovery was, what impact does daily explicit phonics instruction have upon student acquisition of phonics, word recognition, and phonological awareness skills? Data was collected over 3 assessment periods and was tabulated and assessed, identifying gains in student phonics screeners scores during the duration of the summer learning program. Indicator 1 was growth between initial assessment and midway assessment, and 84% of our students demonstrated an increase in phonics reading skills between the first and midway assessment. Our second indicator was growth between midway assessment and final assessment. 81% of students demonstrated an increase in phonics reading skills between the midway and final assessment. Our third indicator was overall growth between initial and final assessment, and 98% of students demonstrated an increase in phonics reading skills from the initial to the final assessment in the program after the 3rd week. Indicator 4 was evidence of growth in almost all subcategories within the screener, and 94% of students demonstrated an increase in average scores from the initial to the final assessment as well. And the last indicator was evidence of acquisition of increasingly complex phonics skills. The subcategories that demonstrated the greatest increase in score from initial to final assessment included the assessment of reading consonant digraphs, vowel digraphs, and diphthongs. And so we were very pleased with the progress the students made in their phonics acquisition. Next slide, please. Okay. Overall, there were lots of opportunities for teachers to share the learning that was happening through Twitter. So if you look down in the right-hand corner, much like Dr. Howe explained about the other camps, we really had our teachers tweeting out, sharing a lot of the great things that we were doing in the camps to highlight student learning, which was fantastic. And in terms of teacher voice, over to the left-hand side, you'll see the bar graph. After being part of the summer learning program, I feel more comfortable and confident with. And so 75% of teachers said that they felt very comfortable with teaching students with developmental disability. 100% said they feel very comfortable promoting a growth mindset. 75% said engaging students in virtual classroom, they felt very comfortable with that. And 25% also indicated that they were very comfortable with teaching phonics and word recognition, as well as teaching phonological awareness. So those were great and a great lead into our Science of Reading PD that's going to be happening this year. So overall, I'm happy to report that Camp Discovery was very successful this year, and we found that students really enjoyed and participated actively in the camp over the 3 weeks, and this was reflected in the progress that students demonstrated from a literacy lens. Next slide, please. So the students, so we had 12 students who participated in Camp Stride in 2 virtual classrooms. Again, students were recruited through personal phone calls from school administrators, learning support teachers, and special education coordinators. Because our Gains classrooms continued to provide in-person learning last year, our target group for the summer camp program were those students who attended virtual Gains in the 2021 school year. One of the interesting things I want to point out on this slide, we have a picture down there, and it probably isn't easy to see. But one of the things that was a real highlight for Camp Stride is one of the coordinators felt that the greatest impact on achievement was the Wonder Boxes. Knowing this population of students learn best through hands-on experiences, these resources ensure that educators were able to meet their learning needs. And so these Camp Stride boxes were delivered to parents and students to their homes before the camp started. And it contained all kinds of hands-on activities that were utilized over the 3 weeks. Next slide, please. And so here are the goals developed for Camp Stride students. Included supporting student well-being, and we did this through the use of music therapy and yoga for all the kids who participated. Maintaining consistency in routines, building caregiver partnerships and promoting caregiver education. We did 3 PD sessions for parents. One was Ask a School Psychologist, one was Ask an Ed Coordinator, and the other one was a session with a speech and language pathologist to look at books to promote communication. So they were great sessions that enable us to build partnerships with parents. We provided enriched STEAM activities. So Mondays we had science, Tuesdays we had arts. We actually, one of the art activities that was done was based on Pout Pout Fish about emotions. And we tagged the author of the book, and she followed us on Twitter throughout the summer, which is fantastic. Wednesday they did coding with, they did pre-coding activities and worked with robots. And Thursday they did cooking. We promoted language and math through music and movement, supported transitions back to brick and mortar schools for September 2021, maintained skills developed from the 2021 virtual school, and maintain communication skills developed to date, which is an important goal for all of our students who are attending in our Gains programs, and provide ongoing social interaction opportunities for students. During Camp Stride, we gathered a lot of parent voice. So here's some typical examples. Parent feedback was positive, with parents feeling the length of 3 hours being just right for time. Parents were very pleased with both the Wonder Boxes and STEAM activities, indicating they both exceeded expectations. No one indicated that any of the camp components did not meet expectations, and the following answers were also noted. The program met expectations. 50 of the respondents said they met expectations, and 50% of the respondents said they exceeded the expectations. Communication with parents, 50% of the responses were that it met expectations, 50% exceeded expectations. In terms of child engagement meeting expectations, 50% of the responses said it met expectations, and 50% said it exceeded expectations. When asked in which areas the summer program positively impacted their child's learning, parents indicated learning and engaging with unfamiliar people, mental math skills, and the arts. Overall, Camp Stride was a big success, and parents were very appreciative of the opportunity to have their child participate. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Canty.
Thank you, Superintendent Wilcox. We are very pleased with our summer learning program this year in secondary. After a year of cohorting, pivoting to remote, and a steep learning curve for all, we were concerned that there may not be an appetite for more online learning in the summer for students or for staff. Next slide, please. It was sincerely a heroic effort for so many of our students and staff to get back to online learning in July. You can see from the numbers, and I've said I'm very proud of the efforts and successes we had this summer. I want to showcase a couple of the programs that we ran, one brand new and one that's tried and true. Next slide, please. The first program we're going to talk about is our Math, Mindsets, and Strategies camp that we ran to prepare students transitioning from elementary to secondary in the new grade 9 math course, de-streamed grade 9 math course. The goal of the camp was to build confidence in its 86 students, as research shows that a negative mindset is one of the barriers for students in success in math. Next slide, please. Through the 2-week period, we saw an increase in student self-reported confidence in math, the blue being before the program and orange after the program. Next slide, please. And when we asked if they felt that they were better prepared for the grade 9 D-Stream course, we were extremely pleased with those results as well. Next slide, please. We've included some of the voices of students and staff members on this slide. One student explains that not having marks attached to the course helped him focus on the math and not on the mark. And the teacher agrees, stating that learning was more important than getting the correct answer each time. Next slide, please. This slide details how the math camp was an enjoyable program for students, and this was really part of the design. As we look forward to de-streaming other areas of the curriculum next year, we're already planning to use the math mindset strategies as a template moving forward. Next slide, please. For a more complete background on the program, we welcome you to use your camera on your phone with this QR code. If you do so, you'll be able to see more complete survey results from our students and staff on this year's math camp. Next slide, please. The second program I wanted to highlight tonight is the Reaching Ahead program. Once again, we were worried about online learning fatigue, and we were pleasantly surprised to find that nearly 400 grade 8 students still came out to take part in this year's Reaching Ahead program. Next slide, please. Because I'm sure you've heard enough of my voice this evening, I'd like to ask Ms. Pavia if she can press play and we can listen to Traven Fines as he explains his experience with Reaching Ahead this year.
So my name is Traven Fines, and I'm in grade 9 right now. High school is kind of what I expected. I love the independence that it has because it's just really like you have a lot of freedom in it. I kind of expected like the workload that we were gonna get. Reaching Ahead helped out a lot with that. It prepared us for the pace. Well, in Reaching Ahead, we learned about our community hours, which is one of the things that is really helpful. We learned some useful ways that we can get them, how to like use your time and get them without wasting a lot of time doing more challenging tasks, and how we need 40 by the end of grade 12. We also designed our own resumes and cover letters, which is going to be very helpful because I'm at a time in my life where I'm going to be getting a job soon, and our teacher, Ms. Pisa, did a great job at teaching us how to make them, and the platform, My Blueprint, was really helpful. It gave us like step-by-step tutorials, and now I feel confident going into getting a job. I've heard about like repping soccer because I really like sports, and there's a course this winter for it, and it makes pretty good money for like just a simple job, so I'm interested in that for sure. You might have to wake up early in the morning, but you still get a lot of your day, and it's not like it was boring really. We did some community tasks and group work in it, and it was just pretty fun actually for me. In 18 days you can get a credit, and that's extremely helpful in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Pavia. Next slide, please. Traven did an excellent job there. A couple of the highlights of this year with Reaching Ahead as well. We had the CEO of McDonald's come in as a guest speaker, and we also received student voice on de-streaming that we used on a video produced by our board communications officer, Madeline McEachran. The video features one of our Reaching Ahead students, Amari Chase, and the link is there, although due to time, I'm going to ask Ms. Pavia to go to the next slide, please. A final note on Reaching Ahead. Over the summer, our program department collaborated. Actually, I think there's a missing slide, but I'll just mention it. We collaborated. That's fine, Ms. Pavia. We collaborated with the program department on with the student success department on putting together a Reaching Ahead in French. So we now plan to offer Reaching Ahead Français as early as next summer. And this final slide details the applicant intake showing where our students came from to access Reaching Ahead this summer. I remember from last year's meeting, Trustee Halberstadt appreciated the fact that we have several out-of-board students come to access Reaching Ahead with Greater Essex. And this year, that total, that was a total of 47 students. And final slide, please. This last slide on Reaching Ahead is an opportunity for folks at home to pop open their cameras if they'd like to take a camera shot of the QR code and access more student and staff comments about the program. I want to highlight the student's quote in the middle, who felt that she was more prepared in secondary school than she was at the start of the summer, and how using Brightspace and Reaching Ahead prepared her to use that platform in secondary school. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. There were lots of clapping hands going up there, applauding both the efforts in the presentation and also the wonderful data and I guess just everything about the programs. It was wonderful to hear the student voice for the student that was speaking. It seems as though he had so much confidence going into grade 9, and having a grade 9 myself, I know that that is really key to success in grade 9. So I'm so happy to see how much the program affected him and made the transition to grade 9 all the easier. Does anyone have any questions? Trustee Higginson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that very fulsome presentation, team. I really appreciated seeing all those pieces. I'm also, just like Trustee Olmsted said, it's amazing to me that that our students kind of, and their families saw the value in doing some kind of increased learning over the summer, even though their learning was so intense. So on this World Teachers Day, I want to give a shout out to the teachers and to our staff who are also educators for putting that together in such a great way to give our students that little extra push. It's great to see. The question that I had was Superintendent Howitt talked about Camp Wonder Integrated, and it was very interesting to me that it seemed to be like kind of a capstone project that they had, or like a hands-on learning, and that it's a really high impact practice for the students to be able to do and to have that experience. I'm wondering if this is the first year that we've done it. Are we interested in doing it again? Did we have good enough feedback to be able to do that again? Is it possible for us to either run Camp Wonder Integrated again, or to be able to take the learning from that community action project, that high impact practice, and move it into some other of our very successful programs as well?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, Camp Wonder Integrated was very, very positive. It also integrated both ESL and non-ESL students together. That was another part of that integration name. But we did, the social action project was extremely positive, and that's what we want in terms of developing 21st century skills for our students. The other camps also included building activities. One of the camps created a ukulele, and then you learned to play the ukulele. Like, there was something special for each of the camps, and they were designed specifically for grade levels and interests for engagement for the students. And it was extremely powerful, but absolutely we'll be continuing that work in camps to come.
Thank you very much. This is wonderful.
Alan or Trustee Halberstadt, do you have your hand up?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a couple things that I noticed in the summer school reporting. One was the predominance of the word phonics. And I remember not too long ago, my first term of office in the school board, phonics was almost like a dirty word. And it was all about whole language. So I'm just wondering if anything changed in the interim. I think I know that one of the reasons phonics is emphasized is because a lot of the kids who go to these schools are developmentally delayed. So anyway, that's the question. What about phonics? Is it making a comeback, or it was always there and we just didn't talk about it?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's been many journeys taken in education, and it seems sometimes that the pendulum swings very far and wide one way or the other based on the work of the science of reading. We have to develop vocabulary with our students in reading comprehensions, but students don't learn to read unless they are taught decoding skills, and that comes through phonemic awareness and phonics. And so that has become part of the work that we're doing. That is the space that we're in right now, and we feel very confident in this work. So much so that we're training, this has never happened before, every primary teacher with the science of reading. So it's not a bad word.
Thank you. Yeah, phonics was always a favorite for me too. So the other question I had was, I noticed in your math programming that there was comments about not that important to have the right answer. I'm just wondering, is that something unique to this program, summer program, or does it carry right through to, I guess, regular school? Well, does it carry through, or is it hit and miss? How is it chosen?
Through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the Math Mindsets program, one of the things that we know when students have a negative feeling about math because they don't know why they got the wrong answer, if we can celebrate wrong answers as an opportunity to learn, provide them with remediation, and provide teachers with best practices on how to teach in a different way, that's the whole idea of making de-streaming better for students. In terms of using that in the regular math class, of course, eventually we do need to assess students. However, if we can do more formative assessments, finding what they know, what they don't know, and using that as a jumping off point to improve student learning, that's what assessment should be for. So yes, we want to build our practices in the regular school program, but looking ahead next year when we do these camps at the end of summer for de-streaming and other content areas, they're not going to be for credit either. They're just going to be about learning and about changing the mindset of a negative connotation to coming up with the wrong answer and learning how to do it better.
So that would be a summer school program again next year.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's the plan, to have summer school camps next year to prepare students for de-streamed classes, correct?
Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any other questions? I don't see any in the chat. I don't see any hands up. I do have a question. It was mentioned that in the next year we will be de-streaming other subjects in the curriculum. Could you clarify that a little bit more? I know with math, but what are the plans?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the ministry has not come out with the official memo for this year yet, but the plan was last year, and what I hear, the memo is forthcoming, that we are going to be looking at other content areas in grade 9 that are going to be de-streamed this upcoming year.
Okay, thank you very much. So with no further questions, we can move on to our oral presentation for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we well know, I'm going to ask Anna to move to the next slide. September 30th marks the inaugural day of National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. And as we well know, that residential schools operated in Canada for more than 160 years with upwards of 150,000 children passing through their doors. Every province and territory, with the exception of Prince Edward, Newfoundland, and New Brunswick, were homes to the federally funded church-run schools. The last school closed in Saskatchewan in 1996, and Indigenous children were removed, often against their will, from their families and communities and put into schools where they were forced to abandon their traditions, their cultural practice, and their language. The residential school system was just one tool in a broader plan of aggressive assimilation and colonization of Indigenous people and territories in Canada. This day honors the lost children and the survivors of the residential schools, their families, and their communities. It is a day of national reflection and of this historic legacy and present day residual impact of residential schools, which is critical for reconciliation. The National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is a direct response to the call to action number 80, which called for a federal statutory day of commemoration. It's really important what we did to support this day in our district as an educational system. And it's just as important how we continue to enact the Greater Essex County District School Board Indigenous Education Protocol every day throughout the year. All members of our school community, regardless of their position, have a responsibility to listen, to learn, and facilitate action with our schools and with our community that we serve. In the next slide, I just wanted to mention that I'm going to focus this presentation, or this oral report, if you will, on 3 items: the resources that we provided in the system, some protocols and guidance around that, some investment and reinvestment, and a small reflection. Just so you know, the image on the slide was created by one of our students who attended the session with Moses Ludham, an art session, and you can see the red path to residential schools depicted in the image, and the 7 houses, which represent the 7 generations that is required really to reach full truth and reconciliation. On the next slide, in terms of resources, we provided a SWAY to all of our educators in early September. And some people have asked, what is a SWAY? A SWAY is really a place where, like, reports, newsletters, live web pages, presentation, interactive web-based information is placed on a canvas that really shows up well on a screen. And it's essentially a warehouse that provided a place to hold all of the comprehensive resources that we put together and tools that we put together for our educators to prepare for the learning in and around the first day of National Truth and Reconciliation, with Orange Shirt Day and the underscoring the whole importance around truth and reconciliation. And then also we underscored that the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is not a celebration. It's a day of somber reflection and learning. And so it's really important for us that the information that we put out to our valued educators was help them in balancing the narrative, acknowledging what happened in the past, the real history, while continuing to focus on what's happening today, and more importantly, about moving forward with strength and resiliency. On the next slide, you'll just see that we provided additional resources, lesson plans based on different divisions, primary to senior within the district. We provided sample morning announcements and videos, recommended videos that they could use, easily accessible to our educators. In the next slide, in that comprehensive tool, we provided opportunities for them to sign up for live sessions. There was a session with Moses Ludham and a session with Isaac Murdoch for students from, I think, about grade 5 to 12. And then we even offered virtual sessions that were connected to the National Center of Truth and Reconciliation for our students from grade 5 to 12. On the next slide, you'll see that we also had many of our educators guided students in developing beautiful posters that went along, that were tied along the fence along the Detroit River and were visible to members of our Indigenous community and many supporters as they joined in the Every Child Matters Healing Walk on September 30th. On the next slide, we refocused and pointed people to the many resources, updated resources that we've infused in the system. On the screen, you just see a sample of what they are, that were connected to lesson plans and prompts to support teachers in preparing students for the learning on this day and beyond. On the next slide, you'll see members of our overall Open Minds team, but specifically for this day, teacher consultant Tina DeCastro was a valuable resource to our teachers, as well as our FMNI Indigenous support workers, Brianne John, Tyler White, and Adrian Klein. On the next slide, you'll see that we also provided guidance to all of our educators, all of our staff around the national anthem, guidance in terms of the use of sensitivity with language, learning activities, what they should be focused on. Many schools and students wanted to fundraise, and so we directed them to give funds to the board that would go to the IEC, that they would decide how those funds were used to support Indigenous students in our district, or to be dispensed also potentially to community partners that support Indigenous families in our community. We had the flag at half-mast, and we provided Every Child Matter flags to about 11 schools in the district, and the remaining flags arrived today, so they will be going out to the schools. It was hard to get the resources. We provided guidance around attendance so that no student was penalized for not attending on that day. And we will be engaging in a reflection with our Indigenous Education Protocol actually this Thursday. I'm sorry, not our Indigenous Education Protocol, our Indigenous Education Advisory Committee about what we did, what worked, what could we do better, how do we move forward and prepare for next year. On the next slide, you'll see that we also were very fortunate that a member of our Indigenous Education Advisory Committee worked with us to sell t-shirts. They were absolutely beautiful t-shirts, and the money raised from purchases that were made from within the Greater Essex, proceeds of that are returning back to the board to provide a bursary for Indigenous students, and that information will be going to the IEC to develop the requirements for that and dispensing of that opportunity for students that graduate in 2022. And we raised $1,500 in a very short period of time. On the next slide, I just want to provide a very brief reflection. I really, in this inaugural day, it was a very important event. I feel that we did a lot of work to prepare for it, and we need to celebrate the success of the fact that so many of our staff were earnest in wanting to learn and wanting to support and wanting to help students in developing understanding and moving towards action. It's just as important to acknowledge the work that we have ahead, that this was not an event. It is a commitment to learning, responding, and acting. In the absence of action, there is harm that is done. And it was really exemplary what our staff did on this day and building up to this day. I also learned we need to prepare. We did prepare in advance, but we need to prepare even more in advance. We couldn't get the t-shirts in time and the flags in on time. So we'll probably be doing that work in the spring next year to prepare. We need to continue to consult, listen, and be responsive, innovative, and open to improve the work we do. We need to continue to invest in people, resources, and build on our community partnerships. And as the Honorable Murray St. Clair provided in many interviews building up to the inaugural day of National Truth and Reconciliation, he noted that this will probably not be achieved in his lifetime, in our lifetime, in the lifetime of our children, but that it will probably take 7 generations to reach truth and reconciliation in an authentic way. So this will continue to happen with people learning, reflecting, and acting. And as I said, in the absence of action, we do harm. I'm really proud of the work that have happened from our staff and look forward to continuing to improve with all our actions throughout the year and as we move forward to next September as well. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Howitt. I only know that I saw a snippet of what must have occurred in the schools on social media, and I also know what I saw or what I witnessed in my children's virtual classes. And I can say I am so proud and honored of the steps taken to honor our very first National Truth and Reconciliation Day. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Trustee Sipkar.
Thanks so much through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Howitt, for that excellent presentation, giving a great overview of September 30th for our district. I noted that you mentioned, I think it was the slide of protocols that said guidance with attendance. And I know that I had previously asked, I think at our last meeting around instead of the position of it being a day off, but rather our board was taking the position of it being a day in. And I can see all the ways that, you provided education and guidance around certain things. I wondered specifically for guidance around attendance. I'm assuming it was just for students who self-identify. I wondered though, what about for educators? And were there any special provisions made for educators? And the reason why I ask is because I did hear feedback around that, being that it was the first national day, that somber, tone to the day. And I mean, going forward, and I just wondered if there was, or if there will be any sort of special provisions for educators in terms of attendance for that day as well.
Thank you for that question. I was speaking specifically about students, any students that were absent on that day. It was marked as a G day in terms of cultural recognition. And any staff that made any inquiries, they were directed to their human resource officer. And I defer to my colleague, Superintendent Houston, in terms of being the Superintendent of Human Resources to comment.
Thank you for that. So any of our employees who self-identified as Indigenous under their collective agreement or their terms and conditions, similar to a religious holiday based on creed, they would be given approval for a leave day.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information.
Trustee Burgess.
Just on that, so I want to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly because the question was about educators, but it's any employees who are self-identified and who approached our HR as part of their identified creed, because this is seen as a day of for families to reflect and not necessarily at work. So I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly. It's any employees who self-identify and come to HR and process that request.
All staff of the Greater Essex County District School Board.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions in the chat or hands up? Trustee Burgess, is your hand back up again? I didn't notice if your little hand was up or
no, it's a leftover hand.
A leftover, a residual hand. Okay. So with no other questions, I'd like to thank Superintendents Canty, Wilcox, and Dr. Howitt for those presentations. I thought that they were all incredibly informative, and I truly value the information that was brought forward in all three of them. So thank you very much. So we'll be moving on to delegations. There were no delegations at the time of the agenda prep. There was no one on the speakers list. And so we're on to agenda item J, new business, which is a notice of motion from Trustee Halberstadt. It's short, so I'll read it aloud. The recommendation to strongly urge the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit to restore sports and extracurricular activities, including football, as soon as possible. Do I have someone to move that notice of motion?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. Trustee Leclerc, you'd second it?
I will second it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee, would you like
ahead.
to speak to it, Trustee Halberstadt?
Yes, I would for sure.
Thank you.
I was actually hoping that I would not have to address this issue tonight. It's a bit of an emotional one with me as well as a lot of the people in our system. Unfortunately, the health unit has extended the ban on school sports and curricular activities. The decision has caused an outpouring of anguish that I've felt in our school community and raised a lot of questions that people can't logically answer. I'm requesting that you reconsider this mental aspect. I'm requesting that you reconsider the serious mental aspect that the lack of sports is having on our children, especially teenagers, said one citizen who emailed all trustees. High school students are contributing limited amount of cases with no hospitalization. But these students, athletes, are suffering immense level of mental health issues. At Sandwich Secondary School, grades 11 and 12 have lunch and are dismissed in to their bedrooms at 1:25 in the afternoon. They need their sports more than anything at this point in their students' career. People can't understand the inconsistency of this ruling. At the same time, the health unit sideswept our athletes. They eased restrictions in other sectors, notably local bars, restaurants, and dance halls. The Lambton and Kent school boards lifted sports and extracurricular restrictions completely early this week. Football is being played in our home stadiums by the Lancers, Fratmen, Ravens, and minor football, The minor football plays their games on our own field, Tecumseh Vista. Rob Moore, a longtime parent and coach with our board, addressed the trustees on September 21st and pointed out several contradictions. All community sports are running football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, etc., Rob told us. The concept of students not mixing outside of their classrooms and cohorts during school time is no reason for extracurricular not to run. They ride the buses with students from various classes. During lunch hours, limited students are permitted in classrooms with hundreds of others mingling in groups outside. They walk through hallways with all students. Our high school students drive in cars with friends to and from school, to work, and to socialize. Mental health has been at the forefront of this pandemic for our young people, yet we continue to deny them these activities that will help them through these trying times. That was Rob, a quote from Rob. The purpose of school activities is for all students. By not having extracurriculars, we are causing divisions, those who can and those who can't. Many families cannot afford or are not able to put their children in outside of school activities and sports. School is all they have. It is not fair. In a moment, please. I propose that we pass this motion and hand deliver it to the health unit, asking them to reconsider their restrictions in the interest of equity, which is one of the Greater Essex County District School Board's strategic pillars. Thank you.
Trustee Leclerc, do you have a question or comment? And I would also like to add that the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit CEO Nicole Dupuis is now present at the meeting and could also answer questions that any of us might have. So Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do support the motion that Trustee Halberstadt has brought forward. I would like to have a direct question to the person on the phone. And specifically, there's two parts to it. One is, when the decision was made today, was there any previous discussion or any discussion with administrations of the school boards to extend this recommendation that extracurriculars not take place? And the second part of that is, how do you explain the inconsistency of application regarding sports in the community versus extracurriculars?
Can you hear me? Hi, sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, so I'm Nicole Dupuis. Thank you for inviting me tonight. So I just want to correct, you said the decision made today. So there was no decision made today that I'm aware of as it relates to extracurricular. So maybe you could clarify that for us, but I will just let you know that we do meet with all of our school board representatives, administration across all 4 school boards on a regular basis, weekly, and we do speak daily. Our original recommendation at the beginning of September related to extracurricular activities for schools. When we started the school year, we had the highest positivity rate by far in the province, the highest case rate in the province. And our recommendation to delay extracurriculars till at least October was for us the smartest decision at the beginning of the school year to manage risk and monitor the situation with schools as we started the school year. We are actively and always reviewing our data, talking with our team and our school boards related to those recommendations, and we do amend them on a regular basis. We did talk with the school administration last week and let them know at the time last week that we would continue to recommend extracurriculars be delayed. And we do have a meeting with them again tomorrow. And we, as I said, we are reviewing that recommendation and will have updates for them tomorrow.
Okay, so for clarification, we were advised that the policy was extended today, beyond October 1st. That's what I was talking about, the policy decision. And you didn't address the inconsistent application between community sports, where people with money have the ability to have their children in sports, versus those that are in extracurricular. Why is there a difference in application?
So community sports, there's recommendations. Community sports is under the provincial legislation. We recently did provide a letter of instruction through our medical officer of health for community recreation. And that went into effect of October 1st to limit community recreation to those that are fully vaccinated, or at least those that are eligible to be fully vaccinated must be fully vaccinated.
So why could schools not use that same policy?
So the school environment is different than the community. So when we look at the school environment, we look at our priorities, which is ensuring that schools stay open for instruction and in-person education. That's the priority. And a school setting brings a large proportion of students together into one place, and we look at exposures. So extracurricular activities increase the number of exposures, as well as organized sports, and certain activities are higher risk exposures. So they're more likely, more likely activities to spread COVID-19. And so our recommendations are based on risk, reducing the risk in the school environment, and reducing the number of exposures that will lead to the closure of schools.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on the list, I have Trustee Cook.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm really concerned because it came out in the Windsor Star today that extracurricular have been suspended without a future date. And one of the statements that you made is that you didn't know anything about that. That concerns me. It concerns me that there's no date. And we have community sports, as Trustee Leclerc said, that's going on. I hear you say that's mandated by the provincial government, but we also have many of the kids that go to high school that are playing in those on those community teams. I'm asking you, what is the plan for this to come out in the Windsor Star, and then to leave it wide open with nothing, no hope at all for these kids? I mean, that's not even fair. I mean, we just opened up the bars and the restaurants, and now people can dance, but we can't play sports. And I'm just wondering, what is the plan moving forward?
So I'll just clarify again. I didn't say I didn't know anything about it. We did not make a decision today, is what I had said. So I can appreciate that it was out in the news today, but that information was shared last week when we were asked, and it was reiterated by our medical officer of health yesterday during a news conference around the continued delay for extracurricular and that recommendation. As I mentioned, we are reviewing actively this recommendation, and we will have updates for administration tomorrow when we meet with them.
Do you have a supplemental, Trustee Cook? Okay, Trustee Higginson.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Dupuy, not only for being here with us tonight at this late hour after your very long day, but to the Medical Officer of Health and to all the staff at WETU for working in partnership with us to keep our schools and communities safe. So I thank you very much for the exceptional work that you continuously do, and thank you for joining us here tonight to answer some questions that we have. So my question, and some of it has been answered. Thank you to my colleagues for asking their questions. And I know that there was an announcement or a re-announcement, let's say today, of that the recommendation is to continue the delay on school sports and extracurriculars indefinitely. And when we don't know what that date is for when something can be reconsidered, it's difficult for us to be able to communicate to our concerned communities and to our concerned families on when something can be expected. And so I'm just wondering if you can let us know some details about what factors are being considered when you do have these back and forths with school board. What factors do you consider in these recommendations and moving forward to make different recommendations? Is it things like vaccination rates in students, and is it things like the transmission rates or rates of variants of concern? What factors do go into those considerations so that we can kind of have a bit of a predictor on where our community is going in terms of those things, and so we as decision makers can really understand the parameters that we are working within in connection to your group?
Yep, certainly. Thank you for the question. So we do look at a number of factors when we're considering risk and prevention of COVID-19. And I want to be clear that this is specific to the school environment. So what we look at is the number of cases, the transmission rate among youth. We look at the transmission rate within schools. It should be noted that we right now, our 7-day average for exposures among school-age kids is at the peak that it was during our second wave, which is when all schools across the province were closed. So, those are factors that we look at. Approximately 85% of our cases right now are the Delta variant, which we know is a much more transmissible and much more aggressive variant of COVID-19, so it spreads quicker. And those are all factors that we're considering as well. The number of school dismissals and the burden of COVID-19 on the school is also a big part of that decision and consideration. We've had a 210 school cohorts dismissed already this year. That's 4 times the number of school dismissals we had dismissed all last year. So these are all the factors and things that we're looking at. No decision within the health unit or public health measure is considered lightly, it's carefully. And anytime we're either increasing restrictions or putting in public health measures or removing them, we look at all of that data. It is a larger discussion, and we want to make sure that we do that carefully. And we're sharing some of our concerns and our rationale with administration. So whether we're introducing something new or we're putting in a restriction, those are there's a number of factors that go into it, certainly.
I do have a supplemental, if that's okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's very helpful, not only for us as the decision makers in this capacity, but certainly as members of this community, and as a mom of a child myself who's being kept from her extracurricular. It's not sports, but she is unable to participate in extracurriculars that matter a lot to her. It's good for me to be able to explain even to her and to her peers about the kinds of decisions that go into these very difficult recommendations. So my supplemental question to this is there any possibility that that WETU is looking to put a date on the potential for reconsideration, leaving it open-ended in this way with no expectation on when it may be reconsidered, may leave the community. I can understand how it leaves the community with a little bit of mistrust in how these decisions are being handled and what sorts of advocacy we can do in order to be able to bring their concerns really to light. So I'm wondering if there is a possibility that WETU is looking to give a date to the public and to boards like ours on when a reconsideration of this may come out. as the October 1st date has passed and we don't have another date to kind of quote unquote look forward to for the possibility of a change, I'm wondering if that's something that the WECU is interested in or considering changing, if there is a date maybe in the future that you can update the public and boards like ours on when you may reconsider the recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. So the recommendation is not indefinite. So it's not a recommendation indefinitely. And as I said, we are reviewing that recommendation now. It is always challenging to give a date because then if that date gets extended, it just continues. So right now what we're looking at is what recommendations we may be able to put forward related to extracurricular activities, and we will discuss those with school administration and whether we're looking at a date as part of that. We will have that discussion, as I said, tomorrow with the school administration. So I don't have a date for you at this point in time, but we I guess if I'm giving you a date, the date is tomorrow that we will be reviewing those recommendations and providing some updates for administration tomorrow.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for joining us again.
Thank you. Student Trustee Malik, the floor is yours.
First and foremost, I just wanted to thank Trustee Halverstadt on behalf of the student body for bringing this motion forward. It's something that's really important to students across the board. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Dupuy for joining us today to answer our questions. Now, I understand the board's decision to follow the recommendations of the health unit, given the importance of students' health and safety, especially in a pandemic. The motion at hand states that the board will urge WECU to restore sports and extracurriculars. And from my understanding, that decision was made by WECU, given that the vaccination rates of students 12 to 17 sits lower than the Windsor-Essex average to what I believe is 62%. However, after speaking with student trustees across Ontario, several other boards, including but certainly not limited to Durham District, the District School Board of Ontario Northeast, Niagara Catholic, Halton Catholic, Northeastern Catholic, and so forth, are already allowing extracurriculars and sports to resume. And it's no secret that reinstating sports and extracurriculars is extremely important to the student body and parents across the Greater Essex County District School Board. Now, after speaking with what seems like hundreds of students at this point, we all wonder, why can't sports and extracurriculars resume so long as students are vaccinated? I'd like to note that our board wouldn't be the first to do this, given that student trustees I've spoken to across Ontario already noted that sports and extracurriculars may resume as long as students are vaccinated. Moreover, this is no different from what the ministry has already mandated, requiring vaccination passports for things like indoor dining. So my question to the board today is, why is this any different?
Maybe I can jump in here. Ms. Dupuy indicated that she'd been meeting with administrators from the 4 boards, which would include ours. So I'm just wondering if that question could be answered by, I guess, Todd Allender, who's our representative on the, I guess, on this panel or committee or whatever you want to call it. So it's a good question, and I'm just wondering what the question is, when were they going to change things or get rid of the ban or whatever you want to call it?
Okay, thank you for the question, Malik, and Trustee Halverstadt, and through you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Dupuy was talking about, there is a meeting tomorrow. At this point in time, the extracurriculars are postponed, but I think tomorrow there's going to be more discussion, and then we have to see what comes from there.
Okay, I just have a supplementary to Todd or Ms. Dupuy. Do you take into consideration the mental anguish that is happening with these students? A lot of these students this is the only outlet they have. Their parents cannot afford travel sports or university sports or whatever. Only high school allows them to play. And it's an equity issue. Do you look at it, is it an equity issue as far as you guys are concerned? Or is it not an equity issue? And basically, that's the question. It seems to be a big item, but doesn't seem to be considered. Is it considered in your decision making, the mental aspect of what this does to our students and the equity access? Is that considered when you make a decision such like this?
Yeah, so Mr. Pui, I'll speak on behalf of hopefully all of us here, but you can chime in if you would like. I just want to say, and I've said this over and over again, like we have a great relationship, a number of us, with the health unit, not just myself, but many others in the board, and they work endless hours right now. They're doing a great job, and I can honestly say through our meetings, and I know through their meetings when they meet as a health unit, that all of what you just said, Trustee Halverstadt, is always taken into account and extremely important.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. And I will just add, you know, public health is health promotion and health protection. So, and I will also say I'm, you know, professional in public health, but I'm also a mother of 3 teenagers. So I certainly understand the mental health aspect. I understand the importance of education as well, you know, both as a professional and personally as well. You know, well-being is something that we do promote, and we do take, as Todd said, everything into consideration, but our primary goal is certainly prevention right now. We are in a pandemic, and our primary goal is certainly risk and reducing risk and prevention. And our primary goal as a public health unit as it relates to school has been to ensure that students are able to remain in the classroom for instruction. That is paramount in all of our decisions, is making sure that students stay in school for in-person learning. We don't want to get to a point where schools are closing. And so that's actually first and foremost, certainly, but well-being, mental health, you know, health promotion in general is always part of our discussion. And certainly equity is a big component of that as well. But again, we have to look at our local situation. That's our job in public health, is to look at Windsor-Essex, to look at our data and our situation, and to make some decisions carefully as it relates to risk and the health and safety of our community.
Thank you very much. Trustee Chin has her first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. And I support Trustee Halberstadt's motion, and I think it's always a trade-off between the benefit and the risk when we make decisions. I wonder if you can consider the immunization certification when we consider the after-school sports. Because I know many students, they already have the 2 immunization shots, and I think it might be helpful for them to not to, you know, convert, how to say that, how to spread the virus. And I do think they might be considered to have the after school sports first, if we want to take steps to that. I am just asking if it's okay to consider this factor. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for that comment. So that is part of our discussion, and it is part of our you know, review and consideration right now, is as it relates to vaccination status. We do know that those that are fully vaccinated are much less likely to get COVID, and they're also much less likely to transmit COVID if they do get it. And so those are really important factors that we are reviewing and considering, and we have analyzed, you know, our local data as it relates to that too. So even, you know, among those that, you know, have Delta, where Delta was part of the transmission. And so that is part of our discussion and is part of the data that we're reviewing and discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have student trustee Hawkins with her first question. And then I do have trustee Cook in line for her second question. So if there are any other trustees who would like to ask a first question before we move on to the second, please indicate in the chat or put up your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I am wondering, Ms. Dupuy, if there is a specific criteria that needs to be met in terms of case count or vaccination percentage in which the extracurricular sports will be able to return to schools. Is there something, a guideline that we need to meet? And what is that? And is there a time frame for that?
So at this point, we don't have a threshold of vaccination. We haven't discussed that, a criteria per se. So I wouldn't be able to give you a timeline specifically. I know the target that the province is looking at as it relates to vaccination rate in the face of Delta is 90%. So certainly as it relates to youth, we're quite far off of that goal in Windsor-Essex.
Do you have a supplemental, Student Trustee Hawkins?
Yes. Is there a specific case count that the area needs to get to in order for extracurricular sports to be able to return?
So, excuse me, as I said, we don't have a specific case count right now that we're targeting, but we are, again, reviewing and will discuss with the administration re-entry of extracurriculars and what our recommendations would be in regards to that.
Okay, thank you. I do have Trustee Burgess and then Trustee Hatfield on the list for their first questions, and Trustee Cook and Trustee Leclerc for the second. So Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if through you, if I could ask a question of CEO Dupuy. Listening to the discussion, what I'd like to hear, if I could, is if you could explain the independence of public health units in their decision making. Because what I hear are attempts at trying to compare either other school boards or other public health units in saying, well, they're doing it, why can't we? We're physically adjacent or we're similar size or, whatever. And the assumption is all things being equal. And I think you've explained, but could you explain how the independence, like we're a peninsula, so we're unique. We don't have like some health units, other health units abutting them on four sides kind of thing or more. We're a peninsula, we only share a boundary with one. So for example, the things that might govern schools in Wheatley aren't in your purview. Now, you may see things happening in the geographic area knowing that people cross and shop and, all of the things that will cross a geographical boundary, but can you speak to the independence and how we can only look at what's happening here to make our decisions here? And the other thing I hear, the framing of this is how it's unfair. I think the entire pandemic is unfair. I think that so much of what we've had to bear just doesn't seem fair in so many ways. I mean, it really does. But can you talk to the balance of how you determine what's fair, or whether that doesn't come into it? You're really looking at data.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. Yeah, and I'll do my best to articulate that. But I think you've done a great job of articulating the challenge for local public health. So, and I can appreciate the confusion that is caused as well. So local public health units under the direction of the medical officer of health, so the medical officer of health and local public health unit, may take actions above and beyond provincial. So when the province makes decisions or recommendations are made, those are sort of minimum recommendations, and they're looking at the province as a whole. So they're making recommendations as a province as a whole. Then local medical officers of health, along with their team within the public health unit, make local recommendations, and those are for the protection, of the local community. So the health under the Health Promotion and Protection Act. So our job is to look at our local data and determine, what are our best public health decisions locally to reduce the risk of spread and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So that is what we have done along, the entire pandemic. And it is important to note that, Windsor-Essex, like every community, has its uniqueness, but Windsor-Essex has borne a more significant impact of this pandemic than most other communities. In our first wave, we were held into the red zone longer than any other community. We had one of the highest case rates. We also had one of the highest case rates in our what's called the second wave. Our schools closed earlier than other schools. So, we have continually had a higher burden of COVID-19, and we look at that and our experience over the pandemic to make our decisions. As it relates to sports in particular, as well, we did have a number of outbreaks last year. We had a lot of exposures in schools, and many were tied to recreational sporting activities. And so those are things that we've made decisions on recently as well, related to the risk of that. And I'll just say one more comment. I will agree with you that in general, the pandemic has been unfair. And I would say definitely unfair to Windsor-Essex. When we look across the province, again, our experience here, has been, I think, a little bit more extreme than other areas.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess, do you have a supplemental?
No, I think that suffices. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hatfield, for your first question.
Thank you. So I just want to repeat that I agree with the statement that the pandemic is unfair all the way around, has been from the beginning. The restrictions on our lives have been very difficult, but I also appreciate the local health unit being responsible for the protection of the community, because without their guidance, I think things could have been a lot worse in our schools. And, we have followed their advice all along the way. What I would like to clarify a little bit more is about how we might be able to collect student immunization data. Like, I don't know that there's any requirement for students to reveal their status with regard to vaccination. And to me, that would be an important consideration. I mean, right now we can't enter into practically anywhere without showing our proof of vaccination. And I just wonder how this would work for our students if we wanted to ensure the highest level of safety for our athletic programs to require vaccination. So how do we collect this data from students? Maybe that's a question to administration. Or to nobody.
Is there maybe someone speaking with a microphone on or a microphone off?
I'm happy to answer if you'd like. It's Superintendent Houston. Although I've dealt with staff immunization disclosure, it would be very similar for students. The first and foremost would be that we would be required to have a policy in place, because we would be collecting private health information from our students. And then, however that would happen, we currently use our employee self-service portal to collect for our employees. We would have nothing set up to collect from our students. And I'm sure everybody's well aware that it is private, confidential health information. So to ask of our coaches to collect from students would be unacceptable. And we don't even ask our own principals or managers or supervisors. I am the only one from the board who's collecting for employees as the privacy officer. So that helps to answer your question. But first and foremost, we would have to start with a policy since it is private health information.
Yep, that's a good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have a question. It would be my first. I was just wondering if we were to move forward with reinstating extracurriculars of all kinds in sports, is there a possibility of procuring some of the rapid antigen tests so that we would know that our athletes are in fact COVID negative before participating in a sport? I know that there have been some recent announcements about that, but I just wondered what the possibilities would be, or if that could be a way to mitigate the transmission of COVID between and amongst teams and players.
I guess I could speak from a staff perspective again. We received the rapid antigen testings for staff only that have declared that they are not fully vaccinated or have not disclosed as of yet, or are not vaccinated due to medical. We do not receive any additional test kits. So I don't believe that we would be able to procure any from the ministry for students because it is not mandated by the ministry for students to disclose their immunization status to school boards at this time. The pharmacies do have them available. My understanding is that it's a cost of $40 per test kit if someone was interested in purchasing through their local pharmacy.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hatfield, your hand is up. Is it still up from your first question, or do you want to be added to the second round?
Sorry, I'll figure out how to take it down.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't overlook you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so on the second list, I have Trustee Cook, and then I have Student Trustee Milwaukee. So Trustee Cook, if you would like to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, you're doing an awesome job tonight. My second question is, I've heard that there's a meeting tomorrow. So it's very simple. When will your decision be announced? Will it be announced tomorrow? Can we look for something in the next couple days?
Thanks for your question again. So as I mentioned, I want to reiterate, have a really great relationship with administration across all our boards, and yours have been amazing throughout this and have appreciated it. So I don't want to leave this meeting without saying that, truly. We will be meeting with them tomorrow, and and we'll have that discussion and review our updated recommendations, and then it won't certainly be a secret, but we will always respect the role of administration within the school boards, and certainly want to have that opportunity to discuss our recommendations with them, answer questions that they have before we finalize any recommendation and make it public.
Okay, thank you.
Student Trustee McCowie.
Through you, Madam Chair, but Ms. Dupuy, on behalf of the student body, we're kind of all just wondering at the moment, why are sports in schools being treated so differently when it comes to the pandemic? It's no secret these students are coming to school and then leaving to go and play these sports regardless outside of school and mixing with dozens of other children from all across Windsor, Essex. So why is this narrative being painted that school sports are the problem? Is there any kind of evidence that's tying school sports to some increase in COVID cases across Windsor, Essex? Because sorry?
Yeah. So I can I just want to be clear that we're not talking, I know we keep talking about sports, but we're not where our recommendation actually was around extracurricular. So I think a point was made earlier that there are students that are in extracurriculars that aren't sporting extracurriculars. So I want to be clear that our recommendations are about extracurriculars, and the reason why, and so we have to differentiate them from sports. When we make a recommendation around, when we made the recommendation around delaying extracurriculars, is because within the school environment, it creates additional exposures. It mixes cohorts and mixes students. And so I'll give you the simplest example. When we have a student within the community who's COVID positive, they're a period of exposure or their period of communicability, they have an exposure within the school. So they're interacting with their classmates. Those are all high-risk exposures. If they take the bus, that's additional high-risk exposures. And then when you introduce extracurriculars, say they're in a chess club, they're on the soccer team, they're on another, there's more additional exposures within the school. Now, all of those cohorts are, we're doing an assessment related to their risk. And now we're dismissing right now what would be maybe a maximum of 30 to 60 students if the bus is included. Now you could be looking potentially, 100 students dismissed for one exposure. So this is where extracurriculars do add an additional burden of exposures within the school. So it's not the activity per se. Now there are certain activities certainly within extracurriculars that are higher risk activities, and sports are certainly one of them. In particular when you're indoors, in particular high contact sports, and those kinds of sports where we would recommend wearing a mask because it would be risky given the level of activity to wear a mask, but then certainly it creates additional risk when you're not wearing a mask and you have close contact. So there is more risk associated with certain activities, but the actual focus of extracurricular is around the burden to the school, and as well the additional exposures and additional potential for spread within a school.
Sorry, I think I was cut off before I had a chance to finish my question. But I was getting to that. I think the topic of conversation tonight has been vastly on sports, and I know that the recommendation comes with the focus on extracurricular activities. And as a student who does partake in several extracurriculars and outside of school, I can surely tell you that outside of school, nothing seems to be different. I'm still having in-person meetings with some of my committees and councils. Yet the focus of my question is more so, why are schools being treated so differently? Why can't students have an opportunity to meet in person? We've been virtual for almost 2 years now, and I can tell you having student council meetings through a screen is no fun. Having icebreakers through a screen, I know we're planning our first student senate meeting in the coming week, and I'm excited to meet all my senators, but at the same time, I'm sure that it would have been a lot better if we had a chance to all meet in person at the board office, how it normally traditionally is done. And I know the word normally shouldn't necessarily be used in this context because nothing about this pandemic is normal. But at the same time, again, my question is, why are schools being treated so differently, and why are we painting a narrative that schools are the problem when in my opinion they really aren't?
So I'll just again, I think I have answered that question. I certainly, our intention is not to paint a narrative that schools are a problem, but they are a setting that bring a number of individuals together, and again, extracurriculars add additional exposures, and so it is the burden of COVID-19 within a setting that we're looking at. We have schools right now, some that are functionally and operationally closed because 3/4 of their school is dismissed due to exposures. So these are the types of things that are also part of our decision making with schools. It's not that schools are a problem, it's just that they're a different setting. And so every decision we make is related to the school environment, and it's a different environment than the broader community.
Is there a supplemental, student trustee McCallie?
No, I think it was covered for the most part, but just from the student perspective, that's kind of just how it feels in terms of the narrative that is being drawn in the media and just in society today with the pandemic going on. But I appreciate your responses, so thank you for taking the time to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay, trustees, are there any further questions, second questions? I see none in the chat. So trustee Halberstadt, would you like to speak last to the motion since you were the one that moved it?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Madam Madam Chair. Yeah, it was a great discussion. I'm glad it happened. I wish it would have happened earlier, and with more notice to the community and our schools and our school boards and the people that are involved in extracurricular and sports. I don't think the discussion that went on tonight, though, is changes the motion, which is basically I propose that we pass this motion and hand deliver it to the health unit, asking them to reconsider their restrictions in the interest of equity, which is one of the greater Essex County District School Board's pillars. So I don't think it needs to change the intent of the motion. That I think they're meeting tomorrow, so let's get it over to them and see what they have to say. I understand and I appreciate what the health unit is, the pressures they're under, but so are students. And you know, I've had a number of parents talk about their kids, how they're losing their scholarships, how they're losing their season. That's another reason why pausing for indefinitely. There's a number of sports, for instance, that should be well into their season or halfway through the season, and every time that the health unit extends the pause, as they call it, or the ban, or whatever you want to call it, it takes away from the season, it takes away from the athlete, it takes away from the students. So I think it's very important that they act quickly. If they don't want to change things, then I don't know, maybe we go to the province, see what they have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. I did miss that Trustee Higginson has a comment. So if you'd like to make your comment before we call it to question.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, and I'm sorry for not getting that in ahead of time, so that Trustee Halberstadt could have the final word on his motion here. I want to thank everybody for their questions. I feel like I was edified tonight by the questions that my colleagues asked. I certainly thank Ms. Dupuy for being here to answer those with a lot more information than we have. And with all the complexities and complicating factors that WETU takes into account. I think it's sometimes, we've been in this a while. We've been in this 19 months and counting. And I think sometimes we forget all that goes into it. And I'm sure that from WETU's standpoint, they're looking at those things every single day. And so for us who have maybe become accustomed to taking those risks into account, they take them into account in a different way. And I take her point that our case counts are as high as they were in our second wave. I take her point that the Delta variant is a brand new factor for us right now, that our vaccination rates are well below what's considered safe to restore things like extracurriculars. And that it's when you, I also take the point as a parent who's received a phone call twice from the health unit to say your student is part of contact tracing, the more exponentially we do those exposures in extracurricular sports, the more work it becomes also for public health to be able to follow that through and protect our community. And I'm grateful to have all that information in front of us today, because what we're being asked to do is not. What I appreciate about this motion is that we're not being asked to overrule public health. I flat out trust public health. I have trusted them this entire pandemic. They have kept my high-risk child safe. They have kept me safe. They have kept my family safe. And they have provided information and perspective that is invaluable to me as a parent, as a community member, and certainly as somebody who makes decisions. I know that for our students and their families, that extracurriculars are educational experiences just like academics and curriculum, that they make up a complete package. And that while it's difficult for us to understand that it is not a personal slight to those in our community that extracurriculars at this point are not recommended based on all those reasons that Ms. Dupuy has said, it does hit hard, and it does feel like it's taking something away. It's not, but I know why it feels like that. And I just want us to take into account here that what Ms. Dupuy has said, what we've heard our administration say, is that these continued conversations are ongoing. The trust between our boards and public health is strong, and the communication between those is strong. And so I am in support of this motion tonight, to offer up the opportunity for us to support what our communities are telling us, to support what students have told us is vital to their experience, and still support that the buck stops with the advice of public health, as it should for us and as it should for the community. That we are just simply asking for them to make sure that they consider these realities that we have in our community. And so I am in support of the motion, and I look forward to more information coming from what sounds like a meeting tomorrow and perhaps into the future. And so I will be supporting the motion tonight with that extreme caveat that my trust lies with public health. And I will take their recommendation, however that comes, however disappointing it may be to people that I represent, to myself and to my own family. I will take their recommendation, and I will continue to follow public health. And thank you very much for giving us that perspective.
Thank you, Trustee Higgison. I just would like to clarify, I did lose my chat because I lost my internet on my laptop and I was running on data, and I do not have chat on my iPad, so I was unable to see the comments. So there was some confusion as to why there is a comment after Trustee Halberstadt's last point about his motion, but I just wanted you to know what is going on in my house. We lost our internet for a few minutes. So I'm back on track. I have the chat back. Trustee Halberstadt, would you like to speak again, or has your point been made?
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I do also see some other hands up and comments have been allowed. If there's a recorded vote, which has been requested, if anybody has any comments in order to couch their vote, if they've already are ready to have you call the question, I think that should be allowed.
Thank you. I take that into account. Let me see whose hands are up here. It's not on my screen right now. Trustee Hatfield. Sorry about that. I missed that little hand.
That's okay.
Do you have a comment?
I also have a question. I thought I heard Trustee Halberstadt in his last remarks amending the motion. He wanted to add something to the motion.
Yes, I looked at the bottom of my document, and yeah, I tagged that on, but no, it's the original motion that's on the agenda. That's what I'm putting forward.
So all we're doing is I just want to clarify this so I know exactly what I'm voting on. So all we're doing is sending a message to the health unit that we would like them to restore sports and extracurriculars as soon as they feel it's safe. That's what we're saying.
As soon as possible.
Yeah, when they deem it safe. That's their job. Public
I guess you
health
don't
safety.
You don't have to state that. That's what they deem safe. So.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand that. So that should be the expectation, that when they deem that it's safe, because that's their job, protection of the health of the community, then we would like them to open up those sports and extracurriculars. Like, that's all we're asking them to do. I just want to be sure what I'm voting on, because
I think the motion, the recommendation speaks for itself. yeah, obviously, I guess they feel it would be safe if they restored sports and other extracurricular activities. So I don't know if you have to state that.
No, I don't think we have to. I'm just trying to clarify it. So there's no expectation here of anything to change until they deem it safe. I'm just trying to understand that.
I think that's what I understood, Trustee Hatfield. I was actually going to ask for clarification about that as well. It's just to strongly urge the health unit, you know, if at such a time it is safe to restore our extracurriculars and sports.
Okay, so
it's a letter, as far as that's what I'm understanding as well.
Right. So I would like to propose an amendment that where we have at the end of the sentence, the comma, as soon as possible. I would like it to say, as soon as the health unit deems it to be safe.
Okay, do I have someone to second that amendment? Is there someone to second the amendment from Trustee Hatfield?
Trustee Olmsted, I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Higginson. Trustee Hatfield, would you like to speak to that?
No, I just think it helps explain to me why we're sending this letter and what we're asking for. So, I mean, we've had a great explanation of the role of the health unit. Their job is to protect our community, and they have all their reasons for making their decisions. And I think that as a school board, I don't want to be irresponsible in opening up sports and extracurriculars if it's going to end up closing our schools, like what's happening in New Brunswick right now, where schools are being closed. I mean, I've had 4 of my 6 grandkids caught up in COVID dismissals and stuck at home, missing 10 days of school. So I'm okay as long as we're urging them to make their decision within the parameters of their job. That's all. So I would feel better if we clarify that. Thank you.
Could you just repeat the exact wording that you would want added on, just so that it's clear?
As soon as the health unit deems it to be safe.
To be safe. Okay. Is there any further discussion about the amended motion?
Madam Chair, I did have a question or comment discussion on the amendment, but Superintendent Allender has had his hand up, and I believe he can add something to the discussion.
Superintendent Allender?
I think you're muted.
I had mute. Yep, thank you. It wasn't to add to the discussion, but I don't know if Ms. Dupuis is still on. It looks like she is, and to respect her time, I don't know. I think she could probably get her kids and tuck them in bed. Would that be okay, everybody?
I think that should happen. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Yes. Yeah, and I just put my camera on. It's been flickering, so I haven't turned it on, but I plugged it into a different part. But anyway, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you all inviting me and your support of the health unit. I really do.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Good night. Okay, Superintendent Allender, did you have anything else to add just before I move on? Okay, hearing none.
Superintendent Allender, I think you were muted again.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I just wanted to have Ms. Dupuis go and get her kids to bed.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So for discussion on the amendment, I do have Trustee Cheen and then Trustee Burgess in line, and then a question from Trustee Cook. So Trustee Cheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. And as for the amendment, I think it's difficult to say that a measure is safe or not, because in this pandemic, and we cannot see anything about, future, about the trend of the pandemic, and we cannot say anything is safe. Just like we go back to school, and we still take risk. So I think the standard of their you making decision might be based on the the balance of the benefit and the risk. Like the sports is also good for health, and sports is also good for the mental health, which is kind of an urgent issue so far. So when we consider the risk of the sports compared with the benefit of the sports now, we have to balance the the benefit and the risk. So I kind of like to reward the safe to another word, which kind of beneficiary to students overall, and instead of saying it's safe or not. That's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, are you proposing an amendment to the amendment, or was that just a comment about Trustee Hatfield's
Yeah,
amendment?
it's my comment. If you like, you can make an amendment. My language is not enough to make an amendment. I just want to change the safety to something like beneficiary, overall beneficiary, something like that.
Okay.
Can I speak to that as the mover of the amendment or not?
Sure, Trustee Hatfield.
Yeah,
I'll allow it.
I just want to say that in this situation, I think that public safety is the mandate of the health unit. So the term safe is, I think, the acceptable term, and that they use a lot of criteria to determine what is safe. That's their job, and the word safe, I think, is appropriate in this case. I understand what you're saying, Trustee Ching, but I think that I'm just putting it in the common language of what the health unit does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the amendment, and actually, for that matter, on the main motion, when I saw the motion and I followed it and really thought about it and listened to all the discussion, I find it almost moot. I don't find it moving the goalposts really honestly in any way. It's status quo. I am assuming by all the discussion, everything, that the WECHU has very carefully determined with all the data, all the increased risks that extracurriculars give us as far as the burden of risk. That's what I heard. They're already doing that. I don't think that that's going to change, and therefore, I don't think that we can even more strongly urge them to restore sports and extracurricular activities, as soon as they deem it an acceptable reduced risk. I think they're doing that already. So I don't support the amendment. I take Trustee Ching's point, because nothing is ever safe. I think that's one of those kind of absolute words that gives people false confidence. I believe that what they're deeming it is as an acceptable risk, and that's what they're dealing with every day as the data changes every day. They balance risks. But I'm still not going to support the amendment or I think the original motion. And I do that honestly, respectfully, because I find it moot. This is status quo. We are strongly urging them already. We recognize that the physical health and the mental health of our students is at risk because of the restrictions of the pandemic, the restrictions of the data that our area brings forward. We are at an unacceptable risk. So I'm going to defer to that. I don't think we can more strongly urge. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want it back. We all want it back. We all are assessing, though, the risk in a different way, possibly from the way WeChew does. So I'm not supporting the idea that WeChew can deem it safe. And I probably won't be supporting the original motion because I don't think it moves anything forward. I think it's an endorsement of status quo, and that's generally not what we do as new business, to endorse status quo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with part of what Trustee Burgess said. I am going to support it, but I think that we could have done this much quicker. You know, in some ways the motion is weak because it says urge, but our hands are tied because we can't say, you know, sports by such and such a date. I mean, we just can't do that, and I understand that. But the motion, we could have really have, you know, just done a letter, you know, urging them to do what the motion is asking instead of discussing this for as long as we have. I just hope that they come out if they're having a meeting. I'm really confused about the process because they just had a meeting. There's no date, but now they're going to have another meeting. They might have a date. You know, I don't know why there was a meeting just the other day and now another one. Maybe I just don't understand the process. But anyways, I am going to support it. I just wish that we could do something a little or a lot more, you know, strict or structured. And I understand why we can't, but I mean, we can do what we can do, I guess. And just as we're talking about this, I've received several emails some from students, some from parents, and urging us to go ahead with this. And that's why I am going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cook. Student Trustee McCowie.
Thank you. I do agree with Trustee Burgess and Cook on in the sense that we should have done something a bit more strict. I think that the board needs to be a bit more proactive in reinstating sports and extracurriculars for students across the board. But in terms of the amendment, I believe it was Trustee Hatfield that noted that we reinstate sports when WECU deems it to be safe. But when Ms. Dupuis was here, I believe it was Trustee Hawkins that was asking about if there was any particular criteria in place to that would deem sports safe to resume in schools. So how can we rely on WECU for it to be deemed safe if WECU doesn't entirely have a plan for when sports are actually deemed safe? Because at this point, I think I'm a little confused because I feel like we're just running in circles, respectfully.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustee Burgess and Trustee Hatfield, your hands are both still up. Do you have an additional comment or question?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Apologies.
Trustee Hatfield, as you were the one to propose this amendment, would you like to be the last to speak to it?
Well, I guess Trustee Burgess hit the nail on the head that whether we send this letter in or not is just reinforcing the status quo, and the school board has always through this pandemic taken their direction from the health unit. So for me, the amendment clarifies what we're saying, and I suppose if it's defeated, the fact that the letter is going in and just urging the school board or the health unit to look at this doesn't really change much either way. So I think Trustee Burgess made a valid point, and I would just like the amendment to for clarification. I think it's helpful.
Okay, thank you, trustees. So I'm going to call to question the amended motion. So could you please put your support or opposition in the chat so that I can keep track of that? This was not a recorded vote. I believe the recorded vote was on the actual motion. So this is the vote on the amendment. So could you please indicate in the chat? Okay, just let me count here. 1, 2. Trustee Burgess, could you help me out a little bit? My chat is frozen right now.
I believe there is 5 in support. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in support. Madam, and you have not voted, so
Yeah,
that
I also support the amendment, so that carries.
yes.
Okay, so now we're back to the motion as amended. We've had some pretty extensive discussion.
Excuse me,
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Right.
We have student trustee here, so we have actually 11. So is 6 still okay to pass a motion?
Yes, the student trustees, they do have a voice in that their vote is reflected, but it is not, I guess, counted in terms of the final total of how a motion is passed or defeated.
Under the Education Act, Madam Chair, the student trustee vote is non-binding, but can be recorded.
That's right. Yeah.
So that means we
have. But it can't sway. No.
So how many support we have? Okay, that's fine.
I see 6 with support from the student trustees, but it's not a binding vote. So we can see the voice of the student trustees, but again, it can't carry the vote. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, another point of order, if I could. We're on the main motion as amended. And originally we had hands up on the screen, maybe not in the chat, that were on the original motion before we went to the amendment. I don't know if these folks still want to speak, but we did have Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Cook on the original main motion in order.
Okay, so the trustees that were just mentioned prior to the amendment, do you have anything to add before we call the original amended motion to question?
I don't, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Cook.
No, nothing from me.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Hatfield. And Trustee Halberstadt, do you have anything else to add before we call this to question?
No, I don't. I don't accept the amendment. I think it waters it down. And what good is that?
Point of order, the amendment has already passed.
Yeah, we're on to the original
main
motion now.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I don't have any choice now, so I just let it go away, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, so we have the original motion in front of us, and I will just read it one more time so it is clear what you will be voting for. Strongly urge the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit to restore sports and extracurricular activities, including football, as soon as the health unit deems it safe. That's what I have written down. So a recorded vote has been requested. So I will read out your name and please indicate if you support or oppose. So Trustee Cook.
Support.
Trustee Leclerc.
Support.
Trustee Higgison.
Support.
Trustee Sipkar.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Opposed.
Trustee Hatfield.
Support.
Trustee Sartori.
Support.
Trustee Cheen.
Support.
Trustee Halberstadt.
Oppose.
You're opposing the motion? Your
Yeah,
original motion?
I don't like the amendment, so.
Okay, just for clarification. Student Trustee Hawkins.
Support.
Student Trustee McCowie.
Support.
And I also support, so that does carry. Colleagues, thank you very much for that robust discussion. I know personally I was very undecided about this motion heading into it. I appreciated all of the points brought up by every single member who spoke this evening, as well as from Madame Dupuy. So I thank you all for that discussion. That's what we're here to do, is discuss and debate and come to a conclusion as a board. So thank you very much for that. So we are going to be moving on. Just give me 1 second while I find my papers. I have stuff written all over that. So we are now moving on to agenda item K, reports to be received. There were none at the time of agenda prep. And we're on to trustee question period. Are there questions? Okay, I see. So let me see. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question to administration. In all the years I've been a trustee, usually in September, we get from administration a list of the portfolios of our superintendents, and we didn't get one this year. And I just found it odd reading some correspondence from a community leader last night that I found out some information about our SOs that I didn't even know about in terms of their portfolios. So I'm asking, could we get that list this year?
Through you, Madam Chair. That was sent to trustees earlier this year, in the beginning of Miss.
I don't remember getting it in my board package.
Okay, I can ask Ms. LeBouf, but she did say that it was sent electronically, and we can make sure that happens, and it has been posted publicly.
Okay. Well, if I could get it again, I'd appreciate it, because I don't remember getting it the first time.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. It was just noted in the chat that timed items on the main agenda, we'll be reaching that in 2 minutes. So do we have consent to continue on with the meeting? Yes, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Okay, we'll continue on with the meeting then. Next on the list, I have student trustee McCowie with a question.
I think it's to administration. It's not really pertinent to what we discussed today, but I have a lot of students that were wondering whether or not they'd be receiving some sort of in-person graduation this year. I know this question might seem a little premature given the school year just started, but I still think it's relevant given we've vastly been talking about the pandemic for the past 2 hours.
Through you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Allward may want to answer this, but I think it was fairly premature. Of course, we'd like to have in-person graduations, but I don't think it's a decision that would be made at this time. So we'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Leclerc.
I think you're muted, Trustee Leclerc.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I don't know what goes on with this thing, but anyway, through you, Madam Chair, we heard earlier this evening from WeChew that they routinely consult with the board's administration when developing policy. So my question to administration is, tomorrow, when they have a meeting and they contact administration regarding extracurriculars, what would be the position of our administration that they would articulate to WeChew?
Well, that's an interesting question, but a very good one. When we go to those meetings, there's a number of people that sit. I would say probably about 15 people sit on that committee, and they talk about what sort of direction they would like to go. You know, we play devil's advocate sometimes and say, well, what about this? And then sometimes we also play devil's advocate on the other side of things, and why don't we go that way? And so, you know, ultimately, we'll give input, and I wouldn't override what the health unit thinks is safe for our school board, because we are, I get that extracurriculars, and I'm a huge component of extracurriculars. My daughters are extremely involved in it. That's why I'm involved in it myself with the school system. But at the same time, we are still first and foremost here for education. And I do understand that those are an important piece to that. I get what a student trustee Malik had said, made really good point previous about some of the mental health, etc. And so we totally understand that. We look at all of that, but at the same time, when it comes down to it, we're going to use the medical experts to make sure that that's the direction that we will take.
Supplemental. Okay, so that was a great non-answer. What I would like to hear is what would, I'm not asking you, not saying you're going to defy the We Choose advice. I'm saying they reach out to administration and say, we are considering implementing extracurriculars. What is the position of our administration at this time in terms of curriculars when they have this meeting tomorrow to discuss whether or not we should be moving forward?
I'll be honest, Trustee Leclerc, through you, Madam Chair. It's not about a position I don't think that we have. It's more about what they're going to recommend. And I'll be honest, I did do the exact same comments that were made through trustees tonight to Ms. Dupuy. I brought that up at the meeting, and I did say, so some of the justification we have to look at is there are sports teams that are taking place outside of school. Kids are interacting, outside of school, and we all know that. And I said, so part of a decision has to put that into play. And am I going to say that no, we shouldn't, or we should do extracurricular, even though you say that we should not? I would not do that. And so I'm sorry that's kind of a non-answer, but I will take the direction of what they do recommend.
Okay, trustees, is there anyone else that has a question for administration this evening? Again, I'm having some difficulties accessing my chat on my laptop.
Trustee Hatfield, I'm not sure if it's a vestigial hand there or question.
Sorry, I just can't get with this. My first time using it. Hang on. Okay.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we had everyone covered.
Yeah,
I do have a question myself for administration. I just was wondering about our experiential learning programs such as OYEP, our tech programs, our co-op programs, our specialist high skills major. Are they running at a fairly normal level this year, or are there still restrictions in place on those students in those programs due to COVID, or are things pretty well status quo with the programs so that those students can follow their intended pathways?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so we do have students that are, going through all of our specialized programs right now, OYAP, SHISM, co-op. There have been some situations where students we have to find new placements for them because there's, restrictions in terms of, being vaccinated and so we've found placements for them outside of what their original placement was, but all of our programs are up and running. And some of the training has, had to remain virtual, unfortunately, because it would be better in person. However, that's what we have to do right now until we get through this pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustees, are there any further questions this evening? I don't see any hands up and I don't see any in the chat. So we'll be moving on to notices of motion. Are there any this evening?
Yes, I have a notice of motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee Halberstadt.
I move that at the next committee meeting, two weeks from now, that administration provide trustees with the most recent reports over 3 years to the Ministry of Education on the number of violent instances committed by students in our system on an annual basis. I'll send that into Ms. LaBeouf.
Point of information. Yeah,
Madam Chair?
I was going to do the same.
Okay, Our next committee meeting is in a month's time. It's not within 2 weeks. The next meeting would, I mean, it's in order to send it to the next regular board meeting, but considering the nature of the notice of motion, that might be rethought as far as the timeline to deliver. So our next committee meeting is in a month.
A point of
You
order.
mean the next board meeting?
And I finish.
What's that?
Point of order.
Trustee Leclerc.
Yeah, I think the request is something that should be not in public. It should be something that's for a private session.
I agree. Trustee Halberstadt, could you bring this forward in a private session meeting?
I could, although I don't think it's just a number. I don't think it should be private, but that's the way the board wants to deal with it. Sure.
Okay, thank you so much for cooperation in that. Are there any further notices of motion this evening? If not, we will move on to agenda item N, which is announcements. I know that there are a number of announcements this evening. So Trustee Higgison.
Thank you very much. I will be brief. October is Learning Disabilities Awareness Month. We did hear a presentation tonight that involved many of our students with learning disabilities. A time where we recognize 1 in 5 students who learn differently because they have dyslexia, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or other learning and or attention issues. It's a month to celebrate and recognize all student abilities and help stop the stigmas associated with learning disabilities. I am supremely grateful that our board continues to not only offer programming that is supportive of these, but continues to do so in concert with the rest of their school peers, and continues to support our special needs students and our students with learning disabilities in such a robust way. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there another trustee who would have an announcement tonight? Okay. Seeing none, I do have a few. First, that our parent guides will be sent home with our Greater Essex County District School Board elementary school students this month. These guides provide an overview of what elementary students will learn throughout the upcoming school year based upon curricular expectations, and they have been updated with the board's new strategic priorities. I was able to take a look at a couple of these guides, and I can tell you as a parent of children on our board, this will be an invaluable resource throughout the year to consult with. So I'm very excited about receiving these. October is also Cyber Awareness Month. The theme for 2021 is Cyber Awareness as Self-Care. Greater Essex County District School Board, in partnership with Educational Computing Network of Ontario, would like to invite staff, students, and families to participate in Cybersecurity Awareness Month. The use of technology has permeated every aspect of our lives, as we can see this evening, and it is imperative that we all learn to be safe online and to protect ourselves. There are weekly themes along with advice, useful tips, and other information that can be found on publicboard.ca. So I highly recommend everyone checking out these useful tips. And finally, last evening, Superintendent Wilcox and Special Education Coordinator Jennifer Newton presented at the IEP and More Night in partnership with the Windsor Essex Family Network. Families learned about the components of an IEP and how it reflects reporting. There were over 100 parents and caregivers registered for this very invaluable resource and information. So I thank everyone who took part of in the presentation last evening. And with that, I think that I can adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much for your robust discussion this evening, and we will convene into operations and finance.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. And I note that the time is 10:01, and we're past the timed items on the main agenda, but if I have consensus, we'll just continue along. I see 2 shaking heads, so I will call this meeting to order at 10:01. All those in attendance was the same as the Education Committee. And can I get a mover to approve the agenda, item C1? Trustee Olmsted, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Any discussion? Any opposed? Okay, and that carries. We'll go to declaration of conflict of interest. Any declarations this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to approval of minutes. And can I get a mover to move both E1 and E2? Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Higgison. Any discussion on the minutes? There's 2 from June, which was our Operations and Finance Committee meeting and our special meeting, which was our budget meeting. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Any opposed? No, and that carries. Any business arising from the minutes? Just going to give a second to see if there's any business arising from the minutes. No? Okay. We will go then to presentations. There were no presentations at the time of agenda preparation. There were no delegations and there was nobody on the speakers list. So we're moving right along to new business. And there is a notice of motion by Trustee Sartori. So I will ask that somebody moves it. I assume Trustee Sartori, you would like to move that motion?
I would, and I have a slight amendment, if that's okay, if I can make it now. Madam Chair, if you can guide me on the procedure for that.
Sure, I'll just ask for a seconder.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Seconded by Trustee Cook. And go ahead, Trustee Sartori.
Okay, thank you. So my slight amendment that I would like to make is to add the word community after enhanced, so that it reads that administration research and report back on the budget consultations of other school boards in Ontario and identify best practices and provide recommendations for enhanced new word community consultation by the Greater Essex County District School Board.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Cook. Any discussion on the amendment specifically before we go to the actual motion? So just to add the word community in front of the word consultation. Trustee Sartori, did you want to provide an explanation for that?
Yeah, just really quickly, I thought it was important to clarify what specific consultation I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment? No? Okay, I will go is there anyone opposed to that amendment? Anyone opposed? No, seeing none. Okay, that carries. And so now we can move on to debate of the actual motion. Trustee Sartori, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is really a constituent or community-driven motion. It's something that I've heard from parents and taxpayers about a few times over the years, usually around budget time, as happened this year when I brought the notice of motion way back in June. So the community is basically looking to have more involvement in our budget and to understand I think more about what is possible, what is within the control of the board, within the control of trustees, and what is prescribed by the province. And specifically, they're looking for more or more clear opportunities for input before the process is over. So one of the things that I've heard is that if there is consultation, it seems to be over before they know it, and they realize that the budget agenda is posted. On that, though, I've heard very good feedback about the budget package itself. So this is really specifically around consultation, and some of the ideas that I've heard from parents and taxpayers in the community are either to have a survey that goes out to the community about budget priorities people might have, or even taking it out to the community for input and questions. Like we do with new school designs and parks. So I don't have any really preconceived notions as to what admin might find with their research. Those are just a few of the things that I've heard to give maybe some context to others on the call. I did meet with Shelley and Sean yesterday, which Trustee Sipcar arranged. Thank you very much for that. And one question that arose was when the report would be due back. So my understanding is that since the report would come back to Ops and Finance, and that committee doesn't meet in December and January, I would look to administration as to whether February would be doable. I'm not sure that that would be in time to implement something for the upcoming budget in 2022, but I also don't think that we need to rush. So to close, essentially, I'm looking for support from trustees for administration to engage in some research that can inform greater consultation about the budget, which of course is a very important aspect of the work that we do as it relates to planning to use community resources, taxpayer resources. And I'm hoping too that the finance department will find some interesting ideas from other boards in the province that they might be excited about as well to increase engagement with our budget process. And the last thing that I would say is that I would tie this motion to our strategic priorities of engaging communities and demonstrating leadership. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Trustee Sartori. I see you did ask a question to our administration, and I saw Superintendent Armstrong pop on video for a minute. So I'll give you a chance to answer the question around timeline, and then I'll go to Trustee Higgison.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair. I think we could probably, if you want the report to come to an Ops and Finance Committee meeting, it would likely be February. We would not be able to provide that for next month. If you want a report sooner, I think we probably could bring something forward to a full board meeting in January. So I think, you know, and certainly, you know, we're always interested in improving the process. So certainly, you know, we see value and benefit in doing this work. So, you know, we have that flexibility, I guess, in terms of how when you would like to bring that report forward. We could do it either way.
Sure, thank you. I will go to Trustee Higgison then for a question or comment.
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair. My question is to administration, and actually, thank you, Trustee Sartori. That was going to be one of my first questions, was about kind of timeline and what we were looking at this, and whether it's possible or reasonable to have this in place for the 22-23 budget process. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. So I'll move right on to what was going to be my second question, and you kind of noted it in your summary there as well, that that there's kind of some a lack of clarity on what sorts of things can be changed in the budget and what sorts of things we do have control over, and what sorts of things are kind of set in stone, as 80% of our budget is salaries and cannot be changed. And so that seems like a large amount. And so I'm wondering, this report is specifically on consultations and community consultations, but I'm wondering if there's an opportunity when we do these consultations, or when you're looking at some of what other boards do, whether there's a type of education component that allows the public to get a better understanding and a better view of the kinds of input that we're looking for and the kinds of ways that that input will be used. So along with the consultation, maybe a little bit of an education piece on how we're using their feedback in that consultation and how it can be used in budgets as we know them to be now. So I'm wondering if administration can comment on that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I mean, you raise a great point. 80% of our budget goes to salaries and benefits. Certainly, a great deal of our budget is prescribed. There are elements of it that are enveloped, so we have to spend the funding in a certain manner, and that very well might be great information to share as part of the budget consultation process, because certainly the way the school board budgeting process works is very different than what you would see potentially in a municipality or in some other public sector organization. And so certainly sharing that information would be helpful, and we would be open to doing that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I will go to Trustee Hatfield now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is along similar lines. Historically, when the board did budget consultations with the community, it went on for weeks. They were very long meetings with very long lineups of delegations speaking to the board, but those were the days where the school board set the mill rate for education, and it directly impacted our ratepayers, and they knew that. And I think that to be fair to the community and to be fair to the school board, I think that we have to, with any kind of budget consultation process we might be looking at down the road. I mean, I'm all for improvements. That's not a question, but I think that in fairness, people have to have that information about, you know, what is set by formula, what can be changed, what can't be changed, and how those amounts get established. Because I don't want to see some group spending hours and hours preparing a presentation on something only to find out that, oh, okay, but sorry, we can't do anything about that. You'll have to take your presentation to the province. So that's my concern, and that you know, this might be opening up a great opportunity for us to provide more information along those lines to the community, which certainly I think is beneficial for ratepayers to understand how these numbers get to be what they are. So, you know, we might find some other best practices that we could incorporate into our board, but I really think that education piece has to be included so that people aren't spinning their wheels out there on thinking that they're going to make presentations on something that turns out to be a moot point. So I don't want to give false expectations to the community. So I was thinking along the same lines as Trustee Higgison.
Thanks, Trustee Hatfield. Superintendent Armstrong, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to highlight too. I don't know. I don't know if there can be some type of communication in terms of the actual GSN consultation, which really drives obviously the funding that school boards are receiving, and that the ministry does go through a GSN consultation process. And that is another opportunity, I think, where some advocacy and some knowledge sharing can happen is at that level. And so I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
And Superintendent Armstrong, sorry, just to clarify for the public, GSN is grants for student needs. And I think you're absolutely correct in stating that some of that's where some of that advocacy can take place around the budget consultations. So I appreciate that point. I'm going to go to Trustee Burgess next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not going to comment in a way because I do support the amendment and I totally support the motion. I think enhanced community consultation is always a good goal. So I support the motion. I did want to say, though, however, I can think of some ideas, and I don't have any preconceived notions either, but I've seen some very successful campaigns in trying to get communities engaged in something that they're presently disengaged with. And, you know, like a Did You Know campaign. Did you know that, you know, Greater Essex serves 9 municipalities? Did you know that our budget is over $500 million annually? Did you know that we have this many facilities? Did you know that? And one of the things that we do, we can say about 80% of our budget is, you know, I can hear the words kind of fixed or not. You know, we can't do much with it. But I will say, amongst those 80%, we have teacher librarians, teacher consultants, speech pathologists. We have social workers. We are not obligated to have those staff or give them benefits. This is a choice that this board independently makes every year as a consideration. There are areas that we may think it's fixed because it's part of our core value and our commitment to have these staff and offer these services and offer these programs. Our special education plan is not like our coterminous boards. We make a decision to staff and resource for our families who have students who have special education needs in an enhanced way. That's a decision we make. That's often really included in that 80%. So I hope that when we see this, we actually see this as an information piece and an education piece so that people can be. It might be that more people get involved in just putting their 2 cents in on our special education plan or on our capital priorities or in some part of the budget that we still do decide on, or govern anyway, So I support the motion and I think it's important, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I don't see any other raised hands or any other comments in the chat. Are there any other first questions or comments from trustees? Okay, seeing none, I just wanted to offer a comment before either we call the vote or Trustee Sartori gives final comment. I just wanted to say that I wholeheartedly support this motion. In my previous day job, I was responsible for organizing community consultations around municipal budget here locally. And I definitely agree that part of it is education and understanding where funding is able to be moved and where it's important for advocacy to come into for the average resident to say this is a priority for me. And so I really appreciate Trustee Burgess's comments about that. Even though 80% of our budget is prescribed, that still leaves 20%. And when we have a budget of 450 million, I think operating, I think that's what it was close to last year. Could have been more. That still results in quite a bit. And so I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that process is transparent as possible, and also that our community has a voice. And the only issue that I have with the motion actually is that I thought about it actually when I was reading it today was it's limited to Ontario, and I thought maybe if we had consulted nationwide, there are school districts across the entire country and even in North America. Are there other best practices? And I'm not going to offer an amendment, but I would just maybe encourage administration to continue looking outside of maybe even just Ontario. I do think there are good participatory budget examples in British Columbia. There's a lot of different and innovative ways that budget consultations can take place. And so I fully support the motion and maybe wish it went a little bit further, but that's okay for right now. And I'm looking forward to the report should this motion pass. Trustee Sartori, did you have any final comments on it?
Not much further, but other than just to, really state that I agree with the feedback and the input from trustees tonight as well. I think that education piece is going to be really important. I had the same thought about boards outside Ontario as well. Of course, administration is always welcome to do that. I thought this would be a good, sort of place to start. So thank you.
Okay, great. And so I guess with that, if there are, I see one more hand. Trustee Burgess, go ahead. Or is that a remnant hand? Oh, it was a leftover hand. Okay, sorry, I thought it was a new hand.
Sorry, I do see Trustee Cheen in the chat has a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see that. Okay, Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to comment that I fully support the motion, and I think I want to make further suggestion that we really need more consultation. I see the report that we do have a consultation, and there are hundreds of people, joined the consultation, I think is too limited, and we need more parents to join, because I did hear that they have a lot of questions regarding fairness and regarding how they made the decision on different projects. So for the transparency, perspective, I suggested that we may make something like townhouse meeting, or to explain how you made the decision on different projects, so that the parents can understand our decision instead of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chin. I appreciate that. Okay, and so if there are no further comments, then I will call the vote. And I will ask all trustees to just make note in the chat, if possible. My chat is working fine tonight, and I have access to it. So I'll give the trustees a few seconds to just note their vote in the chat. Okay, and it looks like, right, and support the motion as amended. Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Trustee Halberstadt, did you want to register your vote?
Yeah.
Support? Okay. Okay, and that carries. Thank you, everyone, for that. And okay, I'm going to continue along to reports. We are at item K1. So you'll note there are 4 reports from administration tonight, and they're all found in your agenda package. I believe that Superintendent Armstrong and/or Sean Mayhew were going to speak to items K2 or K4, which were the interim financial expense report as of May 31st, 2020. But if anyone has any questions, we'll start with item K1. But I was just saying that to say there are no presentations for items K1 and K3. Yes, Trustee Burgess, I see your hand.
I would move, well, I don't have to move. We're just receiving reports, right?
Yeah.
So
yep,
there's
just
nothing
receiving.
to, right.
Yep, are there, yep. I was just going to ask if there's any questions then for K1. Trustee Hatfield, I see your hand.
Yep, thank you. So I have a couple questions on a couple different tenders, so I don't know, I just do one at a time. But my first one is with regard to the construction of the new elementary school for Eastwood and Parkview. The contract was awarded to Fortis Construction, and on the right-hand side, it shows the amount of $12,423,500. But I don't know how you got there. Like I couldn't follow. There's a column with the base bid, the accepted separate prices, and then the award, and I couldn't really understand the notes down below to get me to that 12 million. So if someone could explain that to me, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure. Superintendent Armstrong, are you able to comment on that?
Actually, I'm going to defer this one to Mr. Mayhew. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Through you, Madam Chair. I mean, if you're asking how we got to the $12.4 million of award, that would be the $11.9 million of the base bid plus the accepted separate price of $443, which was then that would have been the lowest bid.
And
does that answer your question, Trustee Hatfield? Sorry.
So the separate prices at the bottom, so does that mean that what we've awarded now includes all of those things? So they aren't options, they're all included in the tender now? Is that what that means?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Oh, okay. It just looked strange to me that this accepted separate prices were, the range of them was so different, whereas the base bid was pretty close on all of them. And it would have just been helpful to know that the total of the separate prices were the $443,500. So now we're getting all the things. Is that what you just told me?
Everything that's listed in the comments there should total the 443, which were the accepted separate prices.
Okay, thank you. And then you can just come back to me when I can ask my other questions. Okay.
Sure. Are there any other questions on this report?
My questions.
Sure. Go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt, if you want to do your first set of questions.
Yes, with regard to the tender on Walkerville Secondary School, page 21. I think I asked how much the total was at a previous meeting, and Shelley indicated she'd get back to me. So I'm assuming this is the figure, basically $10 million.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. The total value, that's why I didn't get back to you, because it is in the report. So the total value is what you see in the report. That is correct, 10 million.
Okay, how much, I kind of jostled about this the last time, but how much would a new high school cost in that location? Approximately.
I don't know that I could really answer that question, not with today's construction prices or without any specifications or scopes. I can tell you there's a significant amount of work that's included in that $10 million. That 10 million includes window replacements. It includes all the exterior door replacements. We're doing complete masonry restoration similar to what we did at Kennedy. There's a new music and a dance floor being installed in that school, library renovations, cafeteria renovations, a new theater arts room, a new vocal room, and an office on the second floor. There's also the science room. We're upgrading all the drainage in that space. There are custodial room renovations, and as well in the gym, we're going to put a new ventilation unit for the gym and all of the associated ductwork and structural support. So it is a lot of work. It's a great building. It has not had any extensive renovations in that space for a long period of time. And so we think that this is a very valuable investment for that school.
Okay, so it'll be there for a while.
That is the plan, yes.
Let's be on the next page.
Great. Actually, Trustee Halberstadt, is it on the same question? I just note that there's a couple other questions from other trustees.
No, something different.
Okay. And I will note Trustee Burgess's team's hand clapping, and I will say the same thing. It's exciting to be investing in Walkerville to the tune of $10 million. So thank you for highlighting that, Trustee Halberstadt. I will go to Trustee Hatfield, who has a second question.
Thank you. My second question is about the purchase of cameras for classrooms. I wanted to know, is this something new? Like we're purchasing 2,500 units to be installed in our classrooms. So I wanted to know what the purpose is of these cameras. Is this something new that we're doing? And is this COVID related?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can start the conversation, but I may actually turn part of this over to Superintendent Mills if he's able to. So the purpose of the web cameras is in event that we do need to pivot, whether it's a class, a cohort, or we close a school to virtual learning. So it was proactive and part of the board to procure these devices. They are difficult to get. Supply is always an issue, but perhaps Superintendent Mills might wish to speak to it further.
Actually, I don't think I have anything to add. I said Superintendent Armstrong answered that question beautifully. And again, it was part of our plan if we needed to pivot, either as schools closed or as a system we had to close. So that's, she answered it wonderfully. So that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Hatfield, did you have a supplemental there?
Yeah, so will this come from COVID funding?
Through you, Madam Chair, I will certainly track it that way as COVID funding, and as you'll see in the COVID report, there are some challenges with the funding that we've received, but we would certainly track the expense that way.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to leave my hand up because I also need some clarification on something. So,
sure. I'm going to go to Trustee Cheen, Trustee Halberstadt, and then I'll go to you, Trustee Hatfield, if there's no other trustee questions. So, Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding the board website redesign. As I mentioned before, that the budget is kind of too high, and when I see this tender report, that there are several, sent, but they are not. Many of them did not pass, and 3 of them passed, and we choose one which is the highest, and the other 2 actually is quite low, is even 1/3 low than the highest. I don't know why we choose the highest. We insisted on choosing this from the beginning. I see the tender process is kind of just a format. It didn't really work. So I wonder if you can give an explanation.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will again start the conversation and then I'll defer to Superintendent Mills. I did not sit on this RFP process specifically. Our tender process obviously looks for the best value for the board. That does not always equate to the cheapest price. So it depends on the specifics of an RFP. It depends on what we're looking for and what the value of the service is that we're going to receive for that. But I will turn this over to Superintendent Mills because he is much more familiar about this specific project and might be able to offer some further insight.
Yeah, thank you. Superintendent Armstrong is 2 for 2 when answering these questions about tech. It was a very comprehensive process. They submitted a very comprehensive their submittal was probably what was obviously the best of all of the ones that we saw. They've got great experience across our Ontario. They've worked with many school boards, so we feel that they were the best value. Even though they were higher priced than some of the competitors, the quality of the product that they're providing to us is far superior.
Thank you, Superintendent Mills and Superintendent Armstrong. Trustee Cheen, did you have a supplemental to that?
Oh, I think I appreciate this answer, but I think it's kind of too subjective when we make decision. Since we get the the tender, and they do have quite much difference, and this one that we choose is super high. So I think that the standard that we explained is kind of not very strong, and instead of controlling our budget. So actually I think I don't have the right to make judgment, but I have a master's degree in computer, so I do feel that this is kind of too high. Consider regarding the design of a website. That's my question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheen. Superintendent Mills, did you have a further comment there?
Yeah, just one quick comment. There were extensive criteria for each of the proposals to submit. They were the most thorough in every single section. It's not just one person that picks the website, it's a team that reviews the RFP, and we did so, and they were ranked obviously #1.
If I might too, through you, Madam Chair, just further to,
Sure.
just to elaborate, when we do an RFP process, there is a criteria, rating criteria that is assigned by the team in terms of what an RFP proposal will, how it will be rated and ranked. And certainly cost is one of them. It could be experience in working with other school boards. It could be ongoing service and support that's offered to the board post-implementation. It's a number of factors. And as the RFPs are evaluated through this process, the RFP teams are evaluating it independently and then taking a look at the collective ratings of everyone involved. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that the process is defined by the board. The rating criteria is established by the board, and certainly cost is a factor, but sometimes it's not the only cost. It's not the only criteria that gets the highest ranking.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. And as I did say I was going to go to Trustee Halberstadt, but Trustee Burgess raised her hand and it would be her first question. So I will go to Trustee Burgess first, then Trustee Halberstadt, then I'll go back to Trustee Hatfield again. So go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question is about the award for planning services found on page 22. If it had been just a one-year contract, this wouldn't have come before us because it wouldn't have met the criteria of, you know, reporting on anything in excess of $250,000. But I don't remember us making a commitment to a contract with a company for planning services. And I ask that because in the past, you know, decades, we've had in-house planner. We've had a particular individual who is really, really well known within the community as understanding the nuances of our district and for planning in our district. And we've contracted them. And I don't know whether it's annual, it was annual or multi-year. But this is a 5-year commitment. So I'm wondering, is this something that can be revisited within the 5 years, or was this a tender for like a 5-year locked in contract? And why did we choose someone out of our physical area? It's the only one who responded, so I understand. So in that, I want to ask too, if there's something to do with the shortage of available planners.
Superintendent Armstrong.
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. The board did have a staff member that previously provided planning services to the board. With that staff member leaving, administration had tried on multiple processes to try and replace that individual. It's been challenging because planners are unique services and they're not always easy to come by. And so we worked through processes a few times and weren't successful in that regard, which was what led us to issue an RFP for planning services. It was awarded to Watson and Associates. They were the only individual that applied for the RFP. The board has had experience in working with Watson and Associates before, in part with some of our enrollment projections and through our educational development charges process. So we felt a sense of comfort and familiarity in terms of the work that they provide and the quality that they provide with that work as well. In looking at the award, we considered if we had done that work in-house, what would that cost equate to relative to what was being included in the cost as part of the RFP. And we found that that was within the range that we were willing to accept on that basis.
Is there a supplemental there, Trustee Burgess?
Yeah, supplemental, just for clarity though, but it's a 5-year contract. So not only have we had in-house, we've also had an external non-employee, a contract, who was planner. And I get the shortage. It was difficult finding somebody, but is the 5-year just to make sure that we have like a sustained relationship? And we're, on the other hand, are we assured that we're going to get that really custom, deep understanding of our district and our communities? Because planners give all kinds of information, including, recommendations on schools to consolidate, for example, or close, or, some controversial things. And when it comes from somebody who's many miles away and doesn't have necessarily a vested interest in the community, the community wants the scrutiny of saying, do they really have our best interests in planning our communities? So why the 5 years is my question, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, because you know what, you asked that originally and I didn't answer it. The 5 years, I think, was in part for continuity, to have the continuity of service. It reflects the challenges that we had to fill the role internally, knowing the gaps. So it's really to address having those services available to the board. In terms of the concerns that you've raised, because it is a service that's not located here in Windsor. Myself, Juliana Hinchliff, who is our Manager of Facility Services, and Superintendent Allender, who is part of our school development and design. We meet with Watson and Associates every month. We've gone through priorities of the board, what activities are important to the board. They have facilitated the work on our capital priority submissions that occurred back in March. It was March, to the ministry. They are liaisoning and they've made contacts with all of the municipalities here in the region, with the building departments. They are working to collect birth data, residential development planning with the various building departments here and the planning departments with all the municipalities. So they are certainly making all efforts to reach out and to personalize and localize the service that they're providing to us by making those contacts and speaking with the board regularly.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Armstrong. I will go now to Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you. I landed on the same two tenders, notably the planning services and the website that Trustee Chen was talking about. My question is, these seem to be high-end prices. Do they meet with the budgeted amounts that we budgeted for these two services, or these, at budget time, or are we over what we estimated? And then the second question, supplementary, is overall it looks like there's very few bids on a lot of these, so it would seem that we are taking the high-end costs in most of them. So what is the budget? What are we budgeting? What did we budget for all these? I don't know how many there are, 10, 11, 12. And are we under budget or over budget, and by how much?
Through you, Madam Chair, I guess I'm not clear on the question. Are you referring to a specific RFP or a tender? Or are you speaking generally to all of them?
When we do our budgeting, we estimate how much this particular service would cost, right? Or product.
Yes, so
the question, are we generally coming within those parameters or within those budgets, or are we a lot higher?
Yes, it comes within the budget. I'll let Mr. Mayhew kind of provide a little bit more feedback, but we were previously carrying an FTE position for a board planner. And so we've just shifted that budget down to contracted services, which reasonably approximates the amount of these services on an annual basis. But I'll ask Mr. Mayhew to provide additional commentary as needed.
Don't have too much more to add to that. I think that was a good description. We do have an amount of funding we received for the capital planning capacity amount that we have always earmarked for planning. And as Superintendent Armstrong mentioned, we did have a full-time staff allocated to that, and we've just shifted that money. And yes, we have enough budget to cover off the consulting services from Watson. With respect to the website, an amount was budgeted in revised estimates for the website. Keep in mind, if I go back to that original tender, that is the price that extends out to, I think, 2029. So it's for an extended time period. And I know that the IT budget is considering that in their forecasts, that expected costs, and they are planning for that accordingly.
Okay, so it's within the budget constraints or not non-constraints, I guess?
Yes, it would be within budget constraints.
Okay, so administration has gone ahead with all these. They've already got the contracts. What if a trustee like me or Trustee Chen or Trustee Burgess stood up and said, we don't support this? Would it be too late?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say yes. I mean,
So point of order.
Sure, Trustee Leclerc.
So these are reports to be received. They're not action items for us. They're simply reports for our information. So I don't think that we could say after a tender is awarded that we oppose that. These are reports to be received, no action.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Burgess.
As I was kind of named in this hypothetical thing, I would ask that I have no intention of anything like that. So let's make that clear.
Thank you. I will go, Superintendent Armstrong, did you want to respond to that quickly or for any further clarification?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to respond. I mean, these have gone through our RFP process as defined, and we have awarded them. And we bring the proposals, the items that have been awarded, as well as a list of who bid, and those that closed and those that did not close. We provide all that financial information to trustees so that they are aware of the activities occurring by the purchasing department through the defined RFP processes.
And they're generally under budgeted.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can just add one quick comment. Part of awarding a contract in this format requires us to look at the budget and determine if this award can be met under the budget constraints. If it can't, then we'd have to reconsider that work or that project. So that's part of the underlying consideration when we go through this process.
And maybe just add to that, if I could, through you, Madam Chair, I think that's sometimes why you see separate prices that are noted in an RFP, because it does provide us with an opportunity to make sure that we can manage the budget that's awarded for or assigned to each of these items.
Thank you.
And thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. I just wanted to jump in and ask a question on this point now that it's been made from my own knowledge. For example, the one tender for Walkerville is close to $10 million, which seems very high, and in comparison to, for example, I think James L. Dunn, which was $16 million to approve that construction of that school, and that wasn't brought forward to the Board of Trustees. And this is just my ignorance of our RFP process. So this is to administration, furthering Trustee Halberstadt's question to ask, are there parameters of amounts or the process that trustees have to approve, or is it just through the generally approved RFP process? And again, I just go to that amount seems very high in comparison. Like it's almost the, you know, 2/3 of the way to a new school almost. So I'm just curious where trustee approval is needed.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll start the question, but maybe Director Kelly may wish to chime in. Anytime that we're building a new school, for example, we are always bringing forward to trustees the approval for the design and budget of those new schools. And so any tendering work that is reported in these reports would be consistent with the approval that is done by trustees in those circumstances. We also provided trustees with information related to our CVRIS projects. That's our resiliency infrastructure projects that we applied to the ministry with, and they gave us specific funding that was awarded on a project by project basis. And so we've shared that information with trustees. And so again, these tenders are in line with the funding that we're receiving from the ministry for those projects. With respect to Walkerville, for example, or it could be the science labs that we're doing at Sandwich Secondary School, or the steps or gains classrooms that we're developing in schools. It could be the roof repairs, the window replacements. Facility Services receives a budget through the school renewal allocation and the school condition improvement allocations. They're informed based on ministry audits of the conditions of our schools. So it does influence the decisions that the facility services team would make in terms of what needed to be repaired to schools. And they would make those assessments in light of the ministry's ranking or review of those spaces. And they would do that work independently. I don't believe they're going forward to trustees with the level of that work, but certainly then again, from a transparency perspective, we are reporting it on the tenders report. So I don't know if Director Kelly has anything further to add about that.
No, through you, Madam Chair. I think that's a good summary. I appreciate it. Yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And I will go now. I see that Trustee Hatfield, you still have your hand raised. Was that another? I think Trustee Hatfield, you've already had 2 questions. So do you have another third quick question?
I do, and I think one comment that goes to the fact that these are old reports. The first tender report is dated for the quarter ending May 31st, and the second part is for the quarter ending August 31st. So I think it would be helpful to trustees if there could be a little bit more information added into the report. For example, in the column where it gives the tender or the RFP number, it would be good if there could be a reference date there on when it was opened and awarded, because otherwise we have no time frame on these things. And I think that would have been helpful to know. But I do have one more question specifically with regard to portables. On the August 31st report, we're purchasing 8 portable classrooms for Eastwood Public School, which is currently undergoing a new build. And it says that these will be provided in early 2022. So I wanted to know if these are replacements for the portables that are already there. And when is the new school supposed to be opened? I thought it was September 2022. I could be wrong about that, but I just wanted to know why we needed 8 new portables for a school that's going to be closed soon.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong.
Again, I'll start the question, but perhaps Superintendent Awender might be able to chime in as well. With the construction of the new Parkview School, there's going to be an element of the school that needs to be demolished. And to address those concerns with the demolishment of the school, We are going to have to move some students to Eastview mid-year. And we need portables in order to accommodate those students until such time as we can have the school open for the new school open for all students starting in September. But Superintendent Allender, perhaps you can add a little bit more.
Sure. Thank you. So what's going to happen is come March break, we've talked to the construction company, and where the parking lot for the new Parkview Eastwood, and we always mix those last words of the two schools up, but Parkview Eastwood, where the school is going to be, is being built right now. The parking lot is actually going to be where the Parkview School is right now. So that has to be demolished, and it takes approximately 4 months or so to make sure that that gets in. So when we do that, we're going to move the Parkview students over to Eastwood. Thus, we have portables. However, we purchased the portables this year because we have a fund that is specifically for portables, and we felt that if we picked those up because we do have portables in our system that are older, and we would like to replace those with the newer ones. And so because we had the funds, we're purchasing them now. We're going to need them for the Eastwood site. And then after that, they can be dispersed into either areas that need them that don't have particular portables because enrollment has increased, or we can replace old portables and put the new ones in.
Thank you, Superintendent. Trustee Hatfield, a quick supplemental.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because this is a report to trustees for information purposes, I'm wondering why the report can't be expanded to explain some of these things right in the report. Like, I don't know why the report couldn't have a little bit more detail.
Sure, that goes to Superintendent Armstrong, I guess.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Certainly, we're happy to take the feedback. It is a very detailed report in terms of reporting all of the various vendors and suppliers, but if it's trying to explain a little bit more of the why this work is being tendered, or to clarify those items, we'd certainly be happy to provide some additional detail if it will give some clarity.
Thank you. I think it would be really helpful.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. I am going to make note that Trustee Cheen had a second question, and then I believe Trustee Burgess also raised her hand, and then am I seeing Trustee Higgison raising her hand as well?
Yeah, I do need to make a point of order here. We are at 11 o'clock. And so by our bylaws, we do need to, I would like to put a motion forward that we continue on with this agenda and to complete this agenda and complete the public board meeting agenda this evening. So I'm looking for a seconder to be able to extend time to complete those portions of this committee agenda and our public meeting agenda.
Trustee Halberstadt would second that. Any discussion?
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
I think at some point the trustees need to consider that our administrators have been working since probably most of them 7 a.m. this morning and have to work again tomorrow. And I'm wondering if we might not want to re-examine how we're conducting our business and take their workload into consideration. Like, we might be willing to stay here till midnight, but I think it's making things more difficult for administration. So I'd just like to see that there's some consideration given to that.
Sure, and I appreciate that point. Any other discussion? Okay, any opposed to that motion to extend and complete this agenda for tonight?
Just for our own clarity, this requires 2/3. So just for our own clarity and to communicate it transparently.
Sure. I will still go the route of any opposed.
Okay. I'm going to oppose.
Okay, Trustee Hatfield notes her opposition. Anyone else? Okay, and that carries. So we will continue. We will continue on this agenda. I will go to Trustee Cheen and then Trustee Burgess, and then we'll wrap up the questions for this report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. it's difficult for me to really, ignore this tender issue, and I do see for the page 24, the website redesign, and I do see a lot of companies, they did give the, the tender, and they are just, they didn't pass. But to my understanding, most of the companies should be very decent, and they have done a lot of projects. I wonder if we can get the, more detailed information regarding how much they bid, and what's the average of the bid, and why we consider a much higher 313,000 just for a school website. It's not an advanced website. It's just a
Trustee Ching, you've already asked this question specifically and also made this point. As we've noted that these are just reports to be received, I think that it would be appropriate to maybe direct your questions to administration via email, and or if you feel that that isn't sufficient, then you can bring forward a motion to the board to consider this specific item. But I think at this point, administration has already answered this question, and I don't think that reiterating your point will help, because again, it's a report to be received. So do you have a specific question on another item?
Yeah. My question is regarding the procedure, if we do have chance to reconsider it, to reconsider this kind of project.
I will look to administration on this. I believe that question has already been answered, but if anybody from administration would like to comment.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Superintendent Armstrong. This project has been awarded, so we would not be canceling this project. As Superintendent Mills indicated, we are more than pleased with the value that we are receiving from this company for the work that is being required.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. And again, Trustee Cheen, if you have further question on this, I would ask that you direct it to administration directly about the specifics. Again, it's been noted several times by other trustees as well about the detail that they are requesting. So again, I'm going to continue along to Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I wouldn't have had this question had my colleague brought it forward about the portables. I see $1 million, whatever it is, for portables. It's a necessary thing. It's a renewal thing. That's okay. But what I heard in the answer was that during the construction phase, obviously we've done this before, relocated one population of a school mid-year to another, location. And in this case, it's portables. This is a question about operations. So I wouldn't have got that from the tender information. But now I want to know, that doesn't mean that everybody from Eastwood is going into a portable. What that means is actually, I believe, and I'd like it confirmed, that you reassess the total population, and that the total population of the consolidated school, which is Eastwood and the portables. I got that right. No, Parkview and the portables will be reassigned, because we don't put necessarily all the kindergarten kids in a portable, for example. Portable use is usually relegated to certain conditions or ages or whatever. So could you please tell me the operational part of that from which this tender flows?
So through you, Madam Chair. Okay. Trustee Burgess, I think what you're meaning by that is what's going to happen is Parkview School has to be demolished, because that's where the new, whatever the name of that new school is going to be, that's where the parking lot is going to be. And so in order to— My
apologies, I had it the other way around. My apologies.
Okay, yeah, so that's where the Parkview population, so that we can get the parking lot done, so that we can have school in September of 20 where are we now, 2022, we're going to move the Parkview students over to the Eastwood site. When we do that, there's not enough room to accommodate all of the Parkview students. So as a result, we're putting portables on that site, and we're going to distribute the students, based on, they're still going to stay in their same classrooms and their same teachers as far as what they have at Parkview. We're not going to switch them mid-year in March to have Parkview and Eastwood students together in the same classroom, but we're just going to move that school over there. We're going to have Eastwood over there as well. We're planning to put the students in the particular grades that are going to be appropriate as far as classrooms go. And then once September comes, everything will be moved back into the new school. And at that point, Superintendent Mills, with his staffing, will have both Parkview and Eastwood students as a total student population with a total staff population, where there's going to be mixtures of kids from both schools in the particular grades along with the other teachers. Does that explain it?
I think so, but just to make a fine point of it, you're not saying that every Parkview student who is moved over to the Eastwood site mid-year is going in a portable.
No, that's part of the planning process.
Right.
As you mentioned, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Auender. Is there any other further questions on this report? I'm going to keep moving along here. Okay, so hold on, let me go back to my other screen here. We're on to item K2, which is pages 37 to 57, interim financial expense report as of May 31st, 2021. I'm going to ask that Trustee Burgess and Trustee Cheen, unless their hands are raised, for a question, if they lower their hands, thank you. And I'm going to go to Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew to just do a brief presentation or explanation of this report.
Actually, thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mayhew. This is his great work, and so I'd like him to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to run through some quick highlights that I feel are important to kind of draw out of the report. This report is for the 9 months ended May 31st, 2021. Now, I'll be honest, that's not very timely since it's October now and we're done our year end. So many of you are thinking that where did we end up at year end, but it does inform us greatly as to a majority of the school year. And this is, of course, the first meeting we've had to be able to bring the May 31st report to. The report compares budgeted and revised budget expenses to actual expenses. The first portion of the report reviews the original and revised budget. And as a quick reminder and overview, a lot's gone on, so I'm just going to go over it very, very high level. As part of the budget process, a deficit equal to 1% of the board's operating allocation was budgeted to cover incremental projected COVID-19 expenses. Subsequent to budget approval, the ministry announced that boards could budget for an additional 1% or $4.2 million. The board budgeted for that additional 1%. So the revised budget therefore includes a deficit or use of accumulated surplus of $8.4 million. The opening accumulated operating surplus entering the 2021 year was $29.9 million. Therefore, in a perfect world, if we finished the year as budgeted, we'd expect to use $8.4 million of that and end up having a $21.5 million surplus at the end of the 2021 school year. However, you recall that the budget and the revised budget was completed on the basis or the assumption that schools would remain open for the entire year. And of course, we all know that wasn't the case. I believe we shortly before the holiday break there, we closed down under a Section 22 order for a week. Then the schools stayed closed, I believe, until February 8th, reopened. Were opened until the April revised March break, and then closed again for the remainder of the school year. So really, in total, schools were closed for approximately 16 weeks or 80 days. And why that's significant, for instance, is When we look at things like part-time school aides, which I've highlighted in the report, that support's no longer required when we have school closures. That resulted in savings of almost $500,000. We look at staff development that was delayed or canceled, resulting in a couple $100,000 of savings. Any budgets for travel mileage were not used to the same extent as a regular school year. We had staggered starts because of the model in support staff and increased leaves. And that resulted in approximately $1.2 million in savings in our educational support staff line. We had also budgeted a lot more for additional utilities for the fall. And as a result of a mild winter and combined with school closures, utilities expense could be managed within the original allocation, resulting in additional savings. The board was also able to repurpose savings from school instructional budget allocations to cover some unfunded IT expenses such as devices and internet. And additional COVID-19 funding was also announced post-revised budget, totaling nearly $3.5 million. So despite all these, despite the savings, I do acknowledge, and we can see in our report that COVID has been very expensive. As of May 31st, in Appendix 3, you'll see that the board has incurred approximately $16.2 million in incremental costs associated with the pandemic. We are currently in the process of finalizing year-end adjustments, and some significant adjustments still need to be made, such as adjustments relating to actuarial gains and losses on employee future benefits, retirements, gratuity benefits. However, it's fair to say that given the additional ministry funding and savings incurred from restrictions and school closures, the board will likely not require the use of the additional 1% that was set aside for COVID contingency. And we are working right now to finalize adjustments to see how much, if any, of the original 1% is needed. And I'll accept any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhew. Trustee Higgison, go ahead.
Thank you for that, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Mr. Mayhew for that comprehensive overall summary. I was actually going to wait until K4 to ask this question, but you kind of brought it up when we mentioned educational support staff. And so Director Kelly and myself and a few of the superintendents this morning had a meeting with our union presidents, and it was quite clear to them that we are we need more support staff. I note that we do have a hiring or a job ad out right now for more temporary support staff. So I'm wondering if that budget, I note that we're not going to potentially need that 1%. So will that budget be spent on those? Is the intention for the budget that's kind of left over from these ESS, that ESS line, will that be used to support these new hired positions?
I can attempt to answer this, but just one point of clarification: are you referring to the savings that I just mentioned in the current year or the past year that we're in? Yep. Okay, so any savings that are incurred in that year would flow through, I guess, towards the in-year operating surplus or deficit, and then the new budget, which was passed and will be revised in the fall, will address the current support staff needs.
And so would that then be reflected in the COVID-19 projections, the one or the K4 that you have now, or that you'll have kind of next? Are those are the costs of those temporary support staff that we're hiring, are they kind of included in those, or are they included in our regular budget?
The support staff, as we have budgeted right now, are included in the original budget. Any changes would be included in the revised budget. To my knowledge right now, I don't believe we have any support staff other than a few positions which are highlighted that are charged to the COVID line right now. But that's something we're working through, and we'll revisit as we move towards the revised budget that's due to the ministry in December.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Superintendent Armstrong, you didn't want to add anything? Okay. I will go to Trustee Burgess. I saw your hand.
Well, I actually just lowered it because I don't know whether it's now or at trustee question period, but because it's not really about the report of May 31st. It's a bit broader than that. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on this report? So just as Mr. Mayhew gave a great comprehensive overview, this was for last year up until May 31st. They're still getting their numbers in for the final budget numbers for 2020, 2021. Any further questions on that report? Okay, no, we will go to item K3, which is page 58 to 59, policy regulation, borrowing and investing of funds, reporting. Any questions on that one? Seeing none, we will go to K4, which was the 2021-2022 COVID-19 expense projection. And again, I will defer to Superintendent Armstrong to present this information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Included in your board package this evening is the 2021-22 COVID-19 expense projection update. If you'll recall, at the time of budget preparation, while the ministry funding supports were announced, information related to the ministry's reopening guidance had not been released. The remote learning models had not been determined, and the results of the parent survey for student opting out of in-person learning hadn't even been launched. So you can appreciate that there were a number of assumptions that were made in estimating our COVID-19 expense projections at the time of the budget preparation. So we have attempted to update our COVID-19 expense projections based on new information that we have. Included in your report is a summary of the funding supports from the ministry, the revised expense projections, a summary of the related risks associated with the expense projections, as well as a summary of the funding gaps that we're currently seeing to date. It's important to note that the report only reflects 1/2 the funding supports, and it only reflects 1/2 of the related expenses based on how our funding is currently flowing and being released by the ministry. The board has not received any information at this time as to whether the second half of that funding will be provided by the ministry. And our projection, our expense projection, it does not include any costs associated with staff absenteeism or occasional costs. It's challenging right now to project that. But administration will continue to monitor these costs regularly. We commit to updating the board on where we're at with this. And as we are reporting our revised budget estimates to the ministry in December, we will further update this, this projection. And with that, we would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Sure, thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Are there any questions from trustees on this report? Okay, we don't have any questions. I did have one actually. I was going to see if somebody else asked it. I just wanted to point out, and just for my own clarification and knowledge, on page 60 specifically, I think it was, where we're 62, where we're looking at projected additional staffing costs. If I'm reading this correctly, it says 7.5 million, resulting in a total projected COVID-19 expense of 11 million. So if I'm understanding the entire budget situation correctly, in June, we approved a budget authorizing the use of a 1% of our surplus to run a deficit of around 4.2 million. We have not been given approval to run an additional deficit of another 1%, which would total 8.4 million. But if all of the assumptions hold true in terms of the protocols around COVID for the 2021-2022 school year, we would be sitting at close to 11 million, which is essentially saying that there's around a $3 million gap based on what we can even pay for out of our deficit, and then also what we're projecting. Am I understanding the projection correctly?
Yes, thank you through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that assumes all things equal. It assumes that students that have opted for remote learning choose not to come back when they have the opportunity at the beginning of the second semester to go to in-person learning, because then that may affect the staffing. Certainly on a secondary side, I would see that student timetabling and changes in student timetabling might result in some wiggle room with respect to that figure. The costs of like the school operations, the cost of cleaning the schools, the casual custodians, the cleaning products, the utilities for running our ventilation systems longer, unless schools close, those costs we expect we're going to incur for the full year. Those are a part of our multiple layered health and safety protocols that we put in place to protect our students and staff. So all things being equal, yeah, you could double it, which is what because we've indicated this is a half year, and that would approximate what we think, if nothing changed, where we could potentially be.
Thank you. And I know that nobody wants the schools to close, and so we don't want to hope for that in order to save any money. And so my supplemental question would be, do we have any sort of expectation or that the ministry will step in and provide that additional funding, or do we have a plan as a contingency plan for those unfunded expenses, which we wouldn't be able to take from our existing surplus?
Mm-hmm. Regarding the ministry, through you, Madam Chair, superintendents of business have been providing enrollment information to the ministry. Obviously, we project enrollment, or we budget for enrollment back in June, and we've given them some updated projections in September. I believe that information is going to be used by the ministry to help inform them in terms of whether they will be releasing the second half of that funding. I'm hoping we're going to hear something about that by the end of October, because it sure would be nice. If we got that additional funding, I think the shortfall that we're seeing is still going to be there. It's clear that the funding, for example, for school operations is not nearly enough. And while we've never said that this was a reason for not selecting a certain learning model, I think it would be fair to say that remote learning through a virtual school setting is not the most cost neutral option that could be chosen. And so certainly those are factors that we're going to have to consider. If schools operate for the full year, it would probably be challenging to find opportunities to save and redirect those costs to COVID. Certainly, we would all, as superintendents and budget holders, we would all be examining our budgets very closely for that. So then it comes back down to the 1%, or potentially, or do we have the option of up to 2% to cover the shortfall, at least that we're seeing right now? That may be the only option available to us.
And before I go to you, Trustee Higginson, I just wanted to confirm, though, even if we do authorize the use of the additional, like the 2% to get us to 8.4 million, there still might be a $3 million gap approximately that we might be seeing if all the assumptions hold true and our staffing costs are for the entire year that we're projecting for our COVID expenses on page 62. It just says that it would project around 11 million.
Yeah, I'm tired, so I'm trying to do the mental math in my head.
That's okay.
I can jump in here.
We'd have 11 million in expense. Yeah, Sean, if you want to jump in, and we would have 7 million in funding allocated by the ministry, assuming we were given it. So that's a $4 million gap that in theory could be covered by just the 1%-ish. So we may not necessarily need the second. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Trustee Higginson, go ahead.
I'll just be very quick and brief here. Just your conversation reminded me of, we've had chairs calls with the minister, and this has been brought up by other member boards as well. And it was certainly brought up in our meeting with our union presidents this morning that we are looking at even just staffing being a massive risk. To not just our board, but certainly our board, but to boards across the province, and so the risks that we have in this report of occasional teachers and those sorts of unknown costs are also not even projected in that, not projected accurately or completely in what we're seeing as this massive shortfall, and it behooves me to keep repeating that we are dipping into our own reserves continuously. We are being asked to do that by a ministry that should be supporting its boards to do the work that it needs to do and to keep our students safe. And I'm grateful that we have these reserves, and I'm grateful to senior staff. I'm grateful to Director Kelly, and I'm grateful to the years of staff before who have put us in a position to be able to do this. I'm angry that we're here. I'm angry that we're being asked to consider this. I'm angry that even while we're being asked to consider a thing that they haven't even given us permission to do, it still might be a shortfall. And that's very frustrating. Our students deserve better. Our staff deserves better. Our public education supporters deserve better. And I wish I could clip this and send it to Minister Lecce and to Premier Ford, but we should make our voices very loud and very clear on this continuously, that we are being put in these positions from doing our best, and they should be supporting us in that. Just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Trustee Higginson. Are there any other comments or questions on this report? Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew, for your work on this and for the discussion and putting it forward tonight. I know it's late, so we appreciate it. And I will continue along. Trustee question period. Oh, Trustee Burgess, I just saw your hand go up. So I'm assuming it's
under trustee question period.
Okay, great. Yes, please go ahead. Sorry.
Because I couldn't pigeonhole where exactly under the reports. So at our last special meeting of this committee in June, when we were approving the budget, we had an addition that wasn't in our budget binder, the draft budget, but it came forward at the meeting on well, either the 15th or the 22nd, but either one. And it was under Appendix 8, and what we refer to as the Director's Contingency Fund. And now, when I look at the approved budget, it's under, let me see, I'm trying to see where it is on, I don't even know if I can get the page. I think it's page 47 of the budget. So it's called Special Funding Requests and Emerging Issues. $2 million has been added as a director's contingency to address various emerging issues heading into the 21-22 school year. This represents a portion of the 1% deficit to ensure budget is available to address incremental expenses that may arise, such as, and there's a list there, including incremental COVID-related costs, but also additional mental health supports, incremental utilities, which was referenced, remote learning models, which was referenced, supports for anti-Black racism, which wasn't mentioned, but certainly was at that board meeting, including the posting of a new position, etc. What I'd like to know is how we're going to account for this. I think it's important that we, now that we, obviously all recognize that we're going to be going into deficits, etc., how we itemize and detail that so that we can say, and we as a board know on a maybe quarterly basis or whatever, of when and how we're dipping into that contingency and for what. because it's an additional burden. We know we need it, but I would not want that fund to kind of disappear and just show up on, just go on another budget line, obviously, because we need to up that amount without knowing that it came from this fund. So what are we going to do to support the accountability piece around this thing to monitor it so that we know on an ongoing basis, oh yeah, we're dipping in. Oh, look at that, it's gone.
If I could, through you, Madam Chair,
sure.
One of the things we've already dipped into that, of course, we have equity positions that we've dipped into it for in training, but we've had to look into that for special education support staff. Quite a chunk of it is already gone to that. And Mr. Wilcox has come to me about that, and there is need there, a significant amount in the order of $500,000 at this point. So we have already had to dip into that because we had more students come than we probably budgeted for, and a lot more with needs. So there's an example of where that money is already, been largely removed, I guess, is so to speak, and of course all the equity work that we're doing, which was a priority for, again, a large chunk of that will be there, and who knows what other expenses we'll have.
Was there a supplemental there, Trustee Burgess?
Well, I think there might be, but I might put a notice of motion forward too. My concern is I can see the need. Special education wasn't even in that list. That was, in the, because it is whatever comes up that isn't met. So I understand that the budget or the actuals, okay, in the special education will be reflected in the next update or whatever the increase, but will we know it came from that fund? I don't think so. It's a way of accounting for that $2 million. I want to be able to say clearly to the ministry, to our public, to everybody, we put this in place because at the time, $2 million seemed like, quite honestly, a lot, to have in a contingency. But the nature of this whole thing is we can't predict well. Mm-hmm. We cannot predict well. So I'm not doubting the contingency. I'm doubting, what I would like is a solid accounting piece that is coming from that fund that we put in place, and that we are sending a message also, like I said, to the ministry and our public that we're trying our best here, but even with our very best estimates, it's like, we need a, what do you call it, the magic 8-ball thing. I mean, that's as, so I think you've answered it, but I don't know if Mr. Mayhew or Superintendent Armstrong has anything else as from the accounting part, if they can assure us or that we're going to see it come from.
I think we can assure that because certainly I talked to the used, and it's amazing how we can't really plan for it. I think that's what your point is, and we need to maybe make that point to the ministry, how difficult that is, and even some of the things we had hoped to be able to do, will we be able to do that? In the past, we've used it for things like IB, Lexia programming, things that we needed for students. This year, it's certainly going to be hard to predict what we can, as I indicated, the special education support staff has thrown us a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kelly, for that. Are there any other questions in trustee question period? Trustee Halberstadt, I see your hand. Go ahead. I think you're on mute there.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just follow up on that $2 million contingency. Does it include the salary or the expense of the equity officer? Has that been pulled out of that $2 million yet, or when will it be pulled out?
Yes, it will be pulled out of that, as well as some of the training and things that we've been doing. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a figure on that?
Not right at this time, but I can certainly report back on that when I'll have a look at that. Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for trustee question period? Okay, seeing none, I will go to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for the Operations and Finance Committee? Sure, go ahead, trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and respectfully, I will put this notice of motion forward just to formalize what we heard. I think will happen anyway, but just to make sure that we as a board can do this. So it's a recommendation that a report with itemized accounting of all expenditures attributed to the budget line named Special Funding Requests and Emerging Issues as per Appendix 8 of the GECDSB 21-22 budget be prepared and presented on a quarterly basis to the Operations and Finance Committee. And I'll get that to Ms. Malash.
Thank you, trustee Burgess. And I will now go to trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a notice of motion, and to fulfill the school board's accountability and the responsibility as a trustee, I request the GECDSB to investigate the tender procedure of 2021-63P- board website redesign and provide report to justify the procedure of the decision, including how we denied the other tender company's proposal and why we award the highest proposal, which is of much higher range. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Chin. And are you able to get that to Ms. Malash?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and are there any other notices of motion for tonight? No? Okay, seeing none, I will go to announcements. Do any of the trustees have announcements for this specific committee? I see two remnant hands, so I will just assume that trustee Chin and trustee Burgess, that's not for for announcements.
So many remnant hands. I'm sorry.
Okay, good. Okay, I have two announcements and I will be brief. I know it's late and I apologize. I'm going to do my best to give the announcement since we're all a little tired. Firstly, it was Custodian Appreciation Day on October 2nd this past week. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our operations and maintenance staff, including supervisors, custodians, maintenance and skilled trade staff, just for all the work that they've been doing behind the scenes, mostly to get our schools ready for staff and students and keeping them clean and operating on a day-to-day basis. I can only imagine how much more difficult that's been over the last 2 years. And so we really just wanted to say a sincere thank you to those staff who are busy, again, behind the scenes for our students. And so that was one announcement. And then the second announcement was that it is Walktober, which is more formally known as the International Walking to School Month. And I wanted to announce this and just give a sincere thank you to Superintendent Awender, and who has been spearheading the Active Transportation Committee that has been underway over the last 2 years since our Board of Trustees has passed that motion. And there's been a lot of really exciting work happening. And one of the things is our school board's partnership with the Health Unit. The Health Unit was successful in receiving an Ontario Active School Transportation grant, which is the first time we've received this in the region. And it is because of our community partnerships that this was possible. So we are partnering with Windsor Police, City of Windsor, Bike Windsor Essex, among a few others, and other school boards. And currently work is underway to develop a school active transportation charter. I think it's a travel charter. I've been sitting on this committee now for the last almost year and a half to 2 years, and it's been really encouraging to see all the community partners coming together, putting together this charter, and then also culminating in some of the work that's happening at some of our schools that are targeted as pilot schools. And I'll just give a quick other shout out to say that next week we have some walkability and bikeability checks that are being led by Windsor Police in partnership again with the health unit at our schools. In particular, I believe Talbot Trail, King Edward, and MD Benny. I hope I'm correct with that. And I'm just really thankful for the work that our administration and our community partners have been doing to encourage more students to be walking and biking to school. I think it's really imperative, and I'm again very excited about the culture shift that I think is happening through this work. So again, I don't want to take too much time, so I won't belabor it, but thank you to Superintendent Allender for his work on this. And with that, if there are no further announcements, I will adjourn the Operations and Finance Committee meeting, and we will convene back into our public board meeting quickly. So Chair Higgison, over to you.
Quickly indeed. Let's do this. Okay, so we are back on our public board meeting agenda. We are at E, declarations of conflict of interest. Do we have anything, declarations of conflict of interest for the public board meeting agenda? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you very much. Actions of the board meeting private session. We didn't have any actions out of the board meeting private session. So I'm moving on to G, approval of the minutes of our June 1st public board meeting. Can I get a mover and a seconder?
I approve.
Thank you. Seconder. Trustee Sipcar, thank you so much. Any discussion on that? Anyone opposed to the approval of those minutes? Seeing and hearing none. Sorry, moving quick, guys. It's late. Any business arising from the minutes? June 1st minutes. Any business arising? Seeing none, moving on. We are at recommendations from the standing committee. Chair Olmsted, we have a recommendation at J1 of the Education
Yes, we
Committee.
do, Madam Chair. I notice a motion from Trustee Halberstadt. Shall I read it?
No, you can just do mover and seconder, all in support,
Okay.
and we move forward.
Okay, I didn't know how formal you wanted
no,
it.
usually
Do I have
do.
anyone to move? Yeah, do I have anyone to move J1 from Trustee Halberstadt, a seconder? Anyone?
I'll second that.
Trustee Higgison, all in favor? Anyone opposed?
Opposed, Burgess?
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. And that carries.
Thank you. And moving on to I2, Chair Sipcar.
There's a recommendation, item J1 from the Operations and Finance Committee meeting.
I see it's been moved by Trustee Sartori. Do I have a seconder? All in support.
I
Sorry.
would second. Yeah.
You can do this part. All in support. Thank you. Just for the public's knowledge, we're just kind of repeating what we've just done over the last kind of 4 hours here. So just ratifying it in public session. And we're on to J, notices of motion. Seeing and hearing none, I will adjourn our meeting this evening. Thank you so much for your extended time this evening, trustees, staff, administrators, Director Kelly, anybody still watching. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.